Once more war. Also, just taking a moment to finally kind of appreciate these these blobs of smog here. That's a weather pattern shifting around the map, doing its thing. I was just incidentally notice them at other times and be like, well, yeah, those are cosmetic, but it's like, wait, right, weather's a mechanic. Weather does things. If we watched the map, we could probably see these storms drift around and do weather stuff. Mostly it fucks with planes. Planes do not like bad weather in the sled. But anyways, here we are again. It is February 1938, and Japan is up to at this point roughly the hip in getting bogged in glorious swampish grand infantry war throughout China, wherein previously, to review, we attempted to go down a slightly more diplomatic and life-saving route of just beating the local government into accepting us as their overlords and doing as we please. They got resistant though. They got some kind of independent streak. So war began regardless, and we've had to dive in here. We did fortunately get the Germans to sever support for the Chinese nationalists for so long as we're in there. So that's going alright, but we're still not intending to hook up with the Axis necessarily, since we're effectively on our own. Even if we did hook up with them, there's really not much that Germany will do directly that they aren't already doing. They're going to be distracting Britain anyway and so forth, just on their own. So we're still intending to set up our own faction out of whatever puppet state we install in China after our inevitable, hopefully this year, victory. And then we'll go about trying to rope other places into our co-prosperity zone and probably agitate for independence in India. Though to do that, we must prepare for many more and many larger wars. Gonna need more boatyard. Gonna probably maybe dabble in synthetic oil. Possibly as we go about scaling up production, because we are possibly going to get ourselves a supply of oil and, more importantly, rubber when we start diplomating our way south. And if we can get Siam, they have a sizable pile of rubber for use by others, but that remains to be seen. So we have, reviewing from my own site, let's see, we were working on various tech things. We were finally starting to actually chip away at our land doctrine. Haven't done any artillery things yet. We probably should. We had snagged early heavy tanks and we're enhancing our lights, but we'll quite possibly down the road use the heavy tree to take, it's a shorter path overall to modern tank if we bypass mediums. Mediums are really good. They're extremely useful, well-rounded vehicles, but we're also, once we're done in China, we ideally don't have any other big land wars. Not ones that involve wide sweeping open spaces. So we might go quite a while before needing a main battle tank again, to the point that we can use main battle tank for that purpose. Yeah, we were capable of motorized. We're fairly up to date in most relevant fields of war technology for the most part. And it's still not time to break out into more boat things. Not yet, that's a couple years down the road. We could grab more boat doctrine. We're alright for aircraft types for the moment. Yeah, we were working on carrierizing our regular fighter. Air doctrine, which is middle path, that'll need work. Engineering stuff is up to date. It should dip into radar. Radar stuff relatively quick to set up and gives a lot of passive bonuses to aircraft inside friendly space, as might be needed to defend our skies from rude folks. So let's see, review here. The Chinese government had been pushed over into surrender, although that's kind of a formality, since the rest of the country is still there and they have formed a faction together, so their soldiers will keep on fighting in exile, and their territory will still get reoccupied if it gets lost. But overall, the tide has been turning over here in our battlefield, where we were able to start rolling out some of those early heavy tanks by way of our little unicorn assault troops here, and even though we have only a scant, tiny handful of these kind of garbage tanks, the fact that our enemy has 0 anti-tank weaponry whatsoever means that any armor is great. It does a lot for the combat capability of the unit to just be able to shrug off small arms fire. And meanwhile, all of our various attempts to expand the front with naval invasions have managed to link up with each other and create a big ol' southern front that is driving inland and looks to seize several more major cities shortly as we get up around this lake here. And further in the south. And as we do that, we are also cutting them off from more of their resources and more of their industry. Off camera, between sessions, played through a campaign as China. It's a very interesting experience. Being under siege, having more men than you know what to do with, but very, very strict bottleneck of industry to try and get them armed and ready to fight. But as we can look over here, right now they have a bit of steel, which can be used for their core weaponry, and a bit of tungsten that they could be willing to throw into artillery. They're probably not using much of it though. And if we can just dive through these states here, we'll cut them off from all of that. And they won't be able to do much more than just throw more militia at us, which with even our basic garbage tanks we're able to chew up disproportionately. So yeah, we had the line of garrison pawn units that were pushing along here. They had dug in for a while along the river, but we're now feeling ready for a general offensive. Yeah, I had a pocket here that was driving its way out, having taken Nanjing. Just each of these lines is responsible for somewhere and is getting at it. Let's see, the unicorns themselves had been recently set to a new plan and not told to carry it out yet. Look at the overall victory progress here. 46%. Forged capitulation. If we push them down to 35% of their victory points, they will break. Where what they have left is, let's see, 25. Mostly, if I can just get everything around, I'll just keep shoving until we win. We don't quite have the luxury of being able to make any kind of fancy breakthroughs here. And let's see, we had a bunch of regular infantry that were still training indefinitely. Runs of motorized going. Had a discrete number of heavy assault folk we were planning. A batch of mountaineers I was working on. And over the course of this war, and after it's over, since we have all this experience, I'm gonna convert the our little pawn friend here, our little garrison guy, into a proper heavy beach-holding man, whose job will be to guard islands while being less expensive than a regular infantry. So I'm going to create a line of those, deploying on the homeland, that for now will just be put onto a garrison plan spanning the entire home island. And then we'll set up similar broad garrison plans for the rest. Also, between sessions, I got a chance to get a feel for what kind of man density is necessary to defend a coastline. There's the German volunteers still hanging out here. And yeah, as long as you give them enough bodies to work with, a division or garrison plan is capable of holding beaches reasonably well. But also probably as well with this South Isle group here. Just go ahead and set up just the everything else. Garrison order. Hey, what are you doing? All these tiny islands are going to be problematic. Suppose I could let time start to flow slowly while I do this, just so we don't get stagnated in the management zone for too long. These tiny islands whose hitboxes are mostly airport. Let's see. Alright, all of you are one state. When the war is over, the garrison folk from the mainland campaign will be shipped back out to the islands to entrench on them. The land army might even get scaled back a bit in terms of its size. We've grown it up to China invading size, but I think it can afford to hold it steady. It's not like there's upkeep cost ongoing on them, as long as they keep them in non-bleeding out from attrition situations. We can find use for those soldiers. So yes, we had hilarious folks in position doing what they do. Yeah, they're going to hold there, and these guys are going to use the fact that they've already gotten across this river to sweep up through relatively soft terrain. Supply situation down there looks pretty bad. What is... port limit? This port's kind of garbage, isn't it? No, not boat mode. Let me select the province. Level 2 naval base. Yeah, that's awful. I think I could spare a month of uptime to... Was I already working on that? I was, or was I? Is that Hainan? Yeah, Hainan. Good. I planned ahead. I forgot that I had already taken care of this. Excellent. As it should be. Let's see, production queue right now. Mostly boatyard for the near future. Also investing heavily in some civilian stuff. Alright, I could modify the government again since I'm at limited conscription and not hurting for manpower. Just other stuff. Already limited the exports. I'm at total mobilization already, all the way in there. Political power. There's our terror. Saved me a lot of partisan stuff. And the rest of these, there's the full trio for aligning to different factions that I don't need since we're already all in on what we're doing. So really I would just opinion man or partisan efficiency on that front. Neither of those seems particularly important. I could get my ship manufacturer in place now. Yeah, my carrier boosting ones. 25% more deck size on all carriers. That's the good stuff. Germany would like to send another volunteer. Are you going to stand? Are you going to fight? Are they volunteering to fight, or are they volunteering to take photos of our historic temples? Let's see. Production. What equipment shortages did I have? 30,000 rifles. 2,000 artillery, 5,000 trucks, 200 small tank, 300 big tank, 8,000 support equipment, and a handful of shitty carrier fighters. Well, that'll be upgraded to better carrier fighters. Another thing, once the war is over, we're going to be shifting a lot more of our land industry focus over to aircraft production. So we can just really try to bite into a whole lot of aviation. We will need many a plane. Planes are necessary ammunition for boats. Right. So, constructing adequate amounts of stuff for now. We'll need more later. Working on founding our faction. Grab. I got 8 boatyards waiting for free out of my naval buildup focuses. Get a bunch of free coastal fort, a bunch of infrastructure. Access to synthetic oil over there. I think once we have that, since demanding Indochina has to wait until France falls, I think what I would go in next for is... yeah, that relies on fighting the British. So yeah, I'll take increased naval production, go to advanced torpedoes, and then super heavy battleship is a speed bump on the way to carrier focus. And a bunch of naval bases. Yeah, those will all be useful. Okay, and let's see. Will that effect be in place right away? If I look at this this Soryu that I'm building right now, has it benefited from the... doesn't look like it, still being 55. Gonna want to reconfigure a lot of my... well, I need to get more carriers on the water and then start specializing them into roles. Where for each of my like non-primary fleets, I would ideally like to have an escort carrier attached to them, just not necessarily the most advanced of ours, and stuffed full of fighters just for anti-air cover. Ah, gun. Gun is a quite large fleet. Just a healthy pile of battleship. You know what, guys? Guys, come on. It's just China. You can take China. Watch this, just move forward. Step up to their line and shoot them with your guns. It'll work, trust me. Console up briefly from having to mute a moment. And in terms of fleet plan, I've also done some trying out of other things. And I've seen that, as of the way things are right now, subs are pretty good at both, you know, their intended role of raiding and also reasonably deadly at just getting into fights with other fleets. So, I am going to be producing many a submersiboat. Go ahead and illustrate here. Like, this looks like it's a lot of enemy soldiers, but look at this attack rating here. They got like 6 to our 41 in the current situation. Like, these are both suppressed a bit because it's night, but like proportionally, these folks terribly underarmed and armed with old stuff. Attacking has a price, but that price is victory. Home by Christmas. Dive in and micromanage a few points where we could be a little more aggressive. Like you, what are you waiting for? Look at all this vast open space behind the enemy line. There's nothing here. Just go get them. And where did I manage to leave off in evolving my division plans here? Gray line infantry, looking fine. Unicorn, moved up to pure heavy. And some line artillery. Our cavalry are still just cavalry for garrisoning. If I learned police, I have not learned police. Once I do, that becomes a police division. Motor unit, you have a little bit of light tank on you. Just token armor, and plenty of support stuff. Marines, thoroughly stuffed with support equipment. Basic garrison man. Yep, like infantry, but smaller as it should be. Mountaineer! Also quite hefty. Good. Most of our mobile folks were up here, where the line is much thinner, hoping to break out into the wild open countryside and sweep through vast plains. I've also accepted that a given army can have more than one plan at a time. So, divide the attention of a single fighting group between multiple lines, and then deploy each of those lines separately to do things. And more clearly delegate what everyone is supposed to be doing. Like, you guys, go north! Just north it up. North me gently, north me slowly. Encircle them on foot if you have to. For progressively wider fronts like this, the AI does slowly get worse and worse at trying to figure out what it should be doing. If you give it very big lines, you need to subdivide its attention between many smaller lines. Very much appreciate some aggression over here. Because that's another port we can seize, which will be the last port that the enemy has. And it will link all of these supply zones together into one big continuous wall that we can work with, shuffling people about as we please. Let's see. I also discovered in between, there's this tooltip here on pretty much anything that you have like a production rate of and could have a shortfall of. All the times that I've been like vaguely benchmarking and eyeballing out when how long it would take to refill shortages of things, that's just here. You just look it up. 160 days of rifle deficit at current rates. And that's like using the logistics number, which accounts for current expenditures and losses as well, so not even using the just raw nominal input over here of the many hundreds of rifles. That's accounting for the ones that are needing to be replaced as we keep fighting. The ability to proactively seek out Lend-Leased equipment would be a godsend right now. To just turn to any of my possible buddies in waiting elsewhere diplomatically and just be like, hey, spare a bunch of garbage rifle? Just, do you have any to spare? Old rifles, old planes. I buy your used planes. Cash for planes. I buy your guns for gold. Biplanes, triplanes, monoplanes. Also internalized, conveniently baked into this little indicator here is a whole lot of important fighting information, where you can look at it here, and naturally, arrow indicates direction of attack that the battle has, that is occurring. Number is how much organization is stacked up on your side of that fight, regardless of context. And then color indicates which way the battle is tending at the moment, where green is in your favor, red is against you, and yellow is undecided, where both sides are suffering equal damage. And if you then also go into a fight and mouse over the bar, it gives you a projection of how long the fight could keep going in its current state. Naturally, if any of the many variables involved in a fight change, then that number will change, but it can give you a good, vague projection of how tough a defense line is. Like, you can go over here and see this 80%, and it's like, yeah, 2 days of fighting like this, and they're gone. So this pocket is nearly dealt with, and these guys can just keep moving until they link up with the other front. Give you a good idea of what you need to reinforce, what you have to cycle in or out. Also handy when you throw open a fight and you look at all of the units that are involved in it. Say, like we have this fight here where we're defending against... No, both of those are aggressive. Alright, over here, I'm defending against somebody. You can see our one guy here. If this were like a long, ongoing battle and had a bunch of people involved in the fight, and a bunch more planning to pile in on reserves, I would want to look through the active combatants and see anyone who's particularly worn out and in need of, like, rest and resupply, and drag them out of the fight to have fresh people move in and substitute. If I needed to do that, I could just touch the individual icon there, and then I have that guy selected specifically. Whereas if this were a larger fight, let's say the attack on Bonjour here, I have all of these several men who are involved in the battle. I can grab that helmet, and there he is, or grab this marine, and there you are. The very important part of the combat micro that you engage in when you are China, where China is all about, when you are playing as them, trying to rotate all kinds of fresh bodies through a fight in order to sustain violence in one place. Speaking of their superiority, let's see. They have sent their handful of planes to the south to hold us back. Meanwhile, all of our miscellaneous stuff is keeping things going well in the east. But in the west, for what they're capable of. And the north is idle. Which is fine, because the north is entirely behind our lines. You, good fellow, have become a bit exposed. That is okay by me, because this whole team is about to go. Collapse that front. We've wound up a little undermanned on this side of things. Yeah, this is pretty thin. There's a lot of opportunities for them to try and juke across this line and cut people off. You're not maintaining a full front there like we are in other points along the line. Who do I have ready to deploy? A fresh wave of infantry just finished deploying at home. Where are you at, guys? Did you just finish, or had you just finished last session and be waiting? Where are they? Where, if anywhere, are they? Do I have any unassigned army? Just this one pawn. Go to Home Island. Congratulations, you are part of Home Island Garrison. To deploy them over here? I doubt that. No, I guess these had all just recently started and are being held up by chronic equipment shortages, our old friend. The Mountaineers are nearly ready to go. In fact, half the... or no, this is the first half of the Mountaineers being prepped. Occupied territory is contributing a little bit to the manpower pool based on what our policies are. Right now we are being very lenient with occupied territory. Not as much as we could be, though. Gonna do that to help keep partisan activity down. But yeah, you can see we're getting a small percentage of their manpower. Non-core populations. See if we can crush those two under our feet. I told you guys to attack a while ago. I launched the unicorns. So yes, I had left them with the task of trying to just breach through this side of the line and shuffle forward at a reasonable pace. Hopefully I could have them dive as far as the river. Be like the tip of a very slow moving spear that will wrap its way down to the lake. Go ahead and formalize that. There. That's what I mean. Just go. Just drive. Start driving, do not stop. Each of your vehicles has been equipped with a man catcher in order to minimize damage taken to the machinery when you encounter enemy infantry. Ensure that it remains properly cleaned after each impact. Alright. Close the vice. Even woefully under-equipped as they are, our men are still capable of doing adequate damage once they get to the line. Any day now, come on, feel free to show up, guys. I am not sure of what ratio of victory points they have. For the most part, they correlate to all the cities you can see here with the little squares, but not always. And yeah, just seeing the squares on the map doesn't tell me how much they're all worth. Seems most of their value is situated up here in the center. 20 there, 5 there. Just a couple of 10s over here, or a 10 and a 5. Yep, that's there now. Current temporary capital, since we overran the first one. Everything about this war is disgusting. The sooner it ends, the better. Right, there's a lake here. That's why there's a gap in the line. Water. Nature's moat. Get up there. Battle Plan AI is also real bad at handling pockets. It has no idea how to reduce a pocket or maintain a pocket while also keeping a line. Alright, looks like this is all starting to merge up again. Get in there. AI also sometimes has weird ideas about what is enough or too many or too few bodies to have on a given portion of a line. Still get fussy. Okay, we've reconnected. And we have punched into a new supply zone up there. Very good. With that, all enemy harbors are offline. We have taken out some more of their industry. Do you even have left? 7 military, and roughly 20 civilian. And we've connected up here. Not the encirclement I was hoping for, but I'll take just regular wins. Anything that gets the line opened up and moving forward. Have spare political power. I'm starting to fill up all my experts. Let's start subverting India. There are some Russian volunteers active inside China. Hypothetically, they'd be getting cancelled out by the German volunteers active on our side of the border, but they are just sightseeing. Nobody told them that it was military volunteering they were here for. They think they're here to teach language to children. They are not defending this city. Go get it. Just go touch it. Reach out and grab. I know it's inside somebody else's engagement zone, but you know what? This is... That's just opportunity knocking. You gotta go prove yourself. Show that you can be better. Nobody's just gonna hand you a career. You gotta go out and find your own engagement zones. Take some initiative. You can now place the rest of you back on that plan confidently, or wait, not all of you. You stay on your line where you belong. And my, some of these guys have gotten up to skull level just from all the sheer violence they've been packed full of. Yep, you stay on that line. Let's go on Pawn Row. This is all staying healthy, so I'm just going to kind of continue to leave it in the hands of the AI. Well, the most important gains are down here. And plenty of gaps are forming. There's our good, positive sign that the enemy is collapsing, threatening them in enough places that they are not able to maintain a front. That's when we get them. When I can just start taking groups and giving them objectives and saying go. Guys, get up to here. You guys, get up to here. Please, crush these. Let's see if we can catch any part of this army appropriately off guard. So, how are usage rates going now? Several months to recover infantry. We are bleeding, infantry equipment. We are bleeding artillery. We are gaining heavy tank, but actually managing to lose more light tank than we build right now. It really isn't actually too surprising, given our production efficiency is probably terrible. We'll work on that. Everyone, act on your last given impulse and just drive forward. There's more beach lords. We're all on some kind of plan, and there's my new carrier fighter. Okay, so I could dabble in another make of aircraft, or prefer the sensible thing and continue trying to specialize. That would be good to take, but I was kind of holding out on focus bonuses to tech speed. Those are quite substantial, just getting half off various technologies. In terms of getting all we can out of our research days, that would be fairly prime. Grab a passive infantry equipment, maybe. Already working on up-to-date computing machine. Yes, grab some support weapon. Help our folks bleed less as we continue this unending slog. There we go. Just perform a little straightforward infantry right around there. Just besiege the city. Get it from all sides. And supply, that's still up here. It's understandable and acceptable because we're just breaking through into a new zone. It'll be a while before things recover. Crush, man. In the pursuit of conserving manpower and aiming to expand firepower without relying on a lot of vehicles. That is a change I am making to my mainline infantry. We'll have a nice clean 20 width. This is actually a widely agreed upon good composition for a line infantry unit. 7 helmets, 2 gun. You get 20 width, you get a lot of soft attack, and you have a unit that costs only steel and tungsten to supply. which we have in abundance. Out, new, in. Don't I have... No, I do not have regular tactical bomber. Just the interwar stuff. Alright, we are going to attempt to found a faction. We've now unlocked that capability. Let's see. Extra power and extra unity if I go for Imperial Glory. I've received a lot of power just now. So, yeah, following with plan, naval production, I can afford a government modification, and I can invite to a faction. Who would join me? Right, you guys. Our currently existing puppet. Let us just formalize this. We are now a faction. Let us see what has been named here. Dismantle it. Can I relabel? I should be allowed to relabel this. Surely, somewhere. Oh, diplomacy menu. Perhaps not. Maybe that's only a feature when you're a miner pulling a fresh faction out of a hat rather than using any of the ones already provided a name. Alright, designer. Give more reliability on all future tanks. Naval expert. Air support expert. Fix. Just going for the industry concern, it's usually a solid hire. Or save up a little further and get our good naval theorist, our... Who are you? Yeah, our base strike doctrine fellow, our naval aviation pioneer. Get Yamamoto on board in some months. The sooner we finish this war, the sooner we can start fishing for faction mates. Usual shortages of rubber and oil. A little bit of aluminum, but we will be securing some aluminum as we move inland, I think. Is there any aluminum in China? I feel like they had some, but I could be mistaken. Nope. None present along the mainland. Well, there's just one more thing we'll have to be fighting over. Alternatively, there's some aluminum in India. Well, that's hardly any. Not enough to write home about. We don't get a separate color on the politics wheel. We are still just of the ism. Lines that look to be performing adequately. And another city's fallen in the south. Largest aluminum providers right now on the market. France, America, Hungary, strangely enough. That's both, to me, but I guess that's not unreasonable. They have aluminum. And then Russia, Britain, Germany. You look at this list and think, wait, that's not the world's top producers of aluminum. Remember that these are the amounts on the market for sale. Several of these countries are using stricter trade laws than others, and so they're keeping more of their material to themselves. America will be at the top of a lot of exporter lists because they're using full free trade right now and turn 80% of everything they make off for sale. Good. Steady progress. Slow, steady, bloody progress. Exactly what we're here for. Should start to fuse some of these groups together. Let's see, I got 16 on this leg here, 22 handling this whole middle stretch together, and 8 more down here. So actually, if I take half of these folk, like the north half of these folk, pile them into that, just make them part of Pocket A instead. Take 8 divisions off of this line and move them into Pocket A. So that's 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 8 units. Good. Congratulations, you are all now that front. These responsibilities extend to down here. Just strip that back and slide that forward. And whose attack line should now encompass this. We are going to achieve critical football, if we hadn't already. I do not know where any of these are attached to. There's too much strategy going on. Alright, I think these are... yeah, no, that's somebody else's. Alright, where's this pink one? Which of these lines causes this on the map? Is it you? Anyway, the second half of that statement was to then take all of these folks down here and reassign them into the blue pocket. Just boop. And then promptly declare the whole front from down here up to, well, let's wipe the orders clean since time's frozen right now. No, not against the French. You don't... stop this. This is our front. Although now you've probably just taken responsibility for everything all the way up. So, there we go. Got the grip in. Sliding it up, and here is where your responsibilities end. Or rather, where they begin. Because the rest of your responsibility is to charge on up to here. Like so. Alright, that's a bunch of people consolidated. And let's actually... I guess I've created like 2 different attack lines now on that. That had everyone kind of fragmented between them. Now selecting all of you. You are all part of this attack plan. Everyone, just get in here. Leave France out of this. That happens later. That's all of that largely simplified, and then the only other autonomous unit that exists within that right now is the Beach Lords, who are doing just fine contributing to the south, and will soon run out of rivers to cross. No, there's plenty more rivers inland. Really, a delta is like a beach in many ways. Just, sure, go in there. Beach Lords. There. And let's try to grab the Beach Lord front. Narrow that down to just over here. Doing this can kind of give you an approximation of a spearhead as far as the AI planner's behavior. It's not great though, because they will like create a new front line as they snake their way forward away from the rest of the group. Yeah, no sense not activating it. We don't pay you to wait. relatively high football density. Although, really, the fact that the line has moved this far in a month is speaking well to the state of the war. We might be able to just kind of brute force it now. We may have hit that tipping point where their endless reinforcements and capacity for recovery isn't going to save them. There, the difference that even a tiny bit of armor makes. We take half damage because they have no piercing. Let's see, how many tanks are even in that unit right now? They've got 5 whole heavy tanks in there. 5 of our heavily modified, up-armored, and up-reliability heavies. This vehicle that we've invested heavily in making the ultimate weapon of the Great War. I mean, they say it ended all war. If it's good enough for that, it's gotta be good for this. Okay, I might be able to create some small bubbles in this line by knowing where to stab. Constant shortage of truck to put man in truck in. Good, well, no, because these assault units, they're slow, they use speed. They are legmen through and through. And yeah, these guys have managed to roll back deep into the desert, as I had hoped. Just making the line larger and larger and distracting more and more soldiers that need to concentrate into tight piles in order to resist us. Mobile forces are doing well. What they're capturing isn't worth many points, but it's doing a lot for our position. Keep drawing attention away from the heartland. And meanwhile, we'll fill up on Army X again. What to meddle with? Right size for now. Also start morphing you into more of a tank pile. Scale back the raw meat requirement of the unit. Put in more armor. Sporty little width 18. No, I have units ready that I didn't give a location to go yet. Hold on. What is this? Kentucky issue. Oh, it's that after rearranging these, they retroactively became ready, now that they have enough space. Yeah, so go. Normally they'd have auto-deployed right away, but I just created a situation where actually we're full and waiting. That has spiked our need for light tanks to quite high. Let us cut down on the motor debt. Let's fine-tune these lines, as it looks like you guys look a little short, and you guys have fine density, so we'll just swap out who's for what. Also, storm that damn city, there's practically no one there. Just take it out. Well, this is awkward. Look at all of you just standing here, not collapsing. Close the track. Okay, you're all standing behind because of supply reasons. Yeah, that's your deal. Yeah, that's just a thing that the planner will do when you're in bad supply. They'll try to avoid overcrowding a region. Where things are fairly... well, looks like they've recovered, but possibly only because they're holding back those pawns. Alright, 3 more divisions removed. Why is armor entering into this? Is that... oh, there's Russian volunteers in there. They might have a bit of toughness. Let's look at this fight. Nope, doesn't look like it. Maybe that's a different icon entirely. Pawn line is responsible for this top area. Regular men are responsible for over here. Although, that's more stuff that's waiting to be collapsed. Alright. Theorist time. There we go. We can now plan naval aviation. We'll get a very slow naval XP drip. Someday we will finally convince the admirals that plane on a boat is a weapon unto itself. Weird-ass formation you've decided is a good idea here. That's not what I want you to do, friend. Back off. That's another gripe that I have, where there's... when you're just telling something to move somewhere, the pathfinding is quite happy to just tell your men to plow face first through hostile provinces, rather than maybe assuming you'd like to travel from friendly square to friendly square through friendly land. Let's see if we can break those horses and close another bubble. Yamamoto's all about that biz, but he has to convince the naval architects that no, the deck should be bigger, more hangar. It doesn't need armor. If it's getting shot at, you already fucked up. And to help them concentrate on the south, let's just peel back this line. Yes, that's the Pocket A line. In fact, let's see if wait, is that... whose line is this? Yeah, that's Pocket A. Peel their attention back to over here. And then extend the... that's the unicorn. Where are the pawns? Where is their effort ended up? Wow. What? You gotta be careful watching these lines evolve, or they will get very tangled. pawns. Let's wipe you clean. This is your job now. We're heading over. Heading over here. That's, yep, all 37 of you. That's your fighting line. Try to head around the river? Yeah. Like that. How's the progress doing? Slowly trudging forward. Each city that falls, we strip them of more of their will, and more importantly, their capacity to fight. Once they have their unique focus tree, they'll probably have things for... oh, Austria. They'll probably have focuses for moving factories inland and so forth. There's already a set of those for Russia. Where they can just take a bunch of their capacity and shove it out past the Urals with a focus, and like if their territory is being pushed in on heavily enough, they can like spontaneously generate a bunch of forts around Moscow. Apparently they still have 2 dockyards. Is there just a state I haven't flipped control over of yet, dude? Let's... no dockyards. They apparently still have 2 boats hiding somewhere. Did they manage to send them into exile? Maybe they're just at sea? 54 convoys with nowhere to go, 100 planes. It has probably been to our benefit. It has probably occurred and been to our benefit that they might be wasting a production line on trying to build fighters without any of the unique resources necessary. Just inefficiently belching out, like, interwar biplanes instead of trying to focus everything they have on rifle. That is the heart of how one succeeds, is China. Just give every man a gun. There you go, that's your army. Doesn't have to be a particularly good gun, just a gun by which to shoot at the enemy. Not all guns are equal, but all guns are. How progress has gone since we started. It's 2 months since we loaded up, and back then we were still bogged back here and back along this river, so at the pace we're moving, I'd say like the optimistic guess would be by the summer we'll be through, and worst case, definitely before the year is over. It will cost many bodies, but we have adequate numbers of bodies. We don't have Russia many bodies, but we have enough. Real problem is many of those bodies still do not have guns. And yes, our 2 fighter models are definitely our highest priority aircraft to work on. Manpower drain has been slow. We have like 1,500 just going on in the background, and we are still just on limited conscription. We haven't had to intensify battle yet, so we have many steps that we can still move through. The hat is quite full of rabbits. Oh, where's our air power? Much of the fighting is still in East China, and so we can focus our efforts there. Yeah, they're contesting the South with their handful of planes. Maybe I should fix that. How many aircraft are on my carrier fleet in total? I just look at you guys as an airport. Let's see what we got. 20, 40... We have around 80 or 90 fighters just chilling out on our carriers. Book all of them, assign them to the southern air zone. Well, I probably have to move the fleet over there first. Send the battleships home. There's no more coasts to bombard. After China, the plan is to gear up to eventually confront the British and the Dutch over all of these. And look for an inn. Okay, yeah, all their old missions got cancelled, so let's roll you all out over the south. And see how you do. No need for port strikes. Yeah, just contest the sky. Apparently we brought a total of 78 fighters. And some of those will die. Trading at fair ratios, though. Ideally, I should try to bring some regular plane over and station them. I do have 100 spare regular plane. Okay. So since I've captured this airport, let's go ahead and... These are very old fighters, but the enemies should also be very old fighters. So let's go ahead and deploy a little wing here and set them up on air superiority over the south. Well, it'll take some time to deploy from reserve. Okay, very good on the doctrine. Do not skimp on the doctrine. We would like an abundance of doctrine. To quickly fish around all my active airports and kind of normal up the sizes of my wings. Give me some nice clean targets to work towards. All of these are kind of the size they are because I just vomited every plane I had into the area without regard. Or quality or quantity, I just wanted control of the sky for the bonuses. Hold on, I will get to you, Excavation 2. Air wing management is fairly tedious. Not as bad as many aspects of the game were in earlier iterations. Still, this is one of the points that stands out as still being fairly fiddly in the face of all the streamlining that's happened elsewhere. But also, well, for one of the aspects of that that is relatively more streamlined. Let's see, you are all active in East China. So I can take all of you and send you to a new airport, and they will move over there and then carry on with the missions I'd already given them from their new location. Have I captured any airports over here? Do any airports exist over here? Doesn't look like it. If I really wanted to, I could build one. I think they're doing alright from back there. We are in Little Rush. Alright, it's 38. Early 38, so don't want to push forward on any of these yet. Let's radar. And we're about to get our tank model as well. So yes, once all those folks have finished redeploying, in a couple of days they will assert themselves. Anyway, yes, you're all standing by. Good! Claim the skies. All night, all day. There's another airport up here. Go a little further, and that will be mine. Always moving slowly, but we're always moving. So we could now also clean up the northern front stuff, the regular men. Let's see. These regular infantry. 8 of you. You would fit in the regular men order of battle right now. Let's just go ahead and tell you to deploy out there. Like, right away, just do it. Just be there. Also gonna set a cutoff point for our mobile infantry, so that I end up with just one army's worth of them over there. Not really, because many of these are still soft mobile infantry, but don't worry, we'll fix that in post. We can reassign templates and go about drafting fresh horse police where they are necessary. Do I have anyone vacant? I have my first batch of mountaineers. Alright, who do I have to command Hillman? Offense and Old Guard. Blank, blank, blank. Plenty of blank. Fort attack. Yeah! That's a good start for mountaineers. Forts are often, or mountains are often fortified. Forts are often mountained! And there's the Hago. You are ahead of time. Next year, possibility of medium tank. Be there. start to lay some foundations for a naval doctrine. So, what parts of this front are more mountainous? See, mountains in the south. Yeah, mountains, hills. Mountains, hills. Yeah, it's mostly South China that is very rough and rugged. Yeah, all kinds of mountain in here. So, you folks can join that lovely Special Forces stab deep into the interior. Make you responsible for trying to bust over here. Get up to that border. Get up to this line is backwards. Please do not. Yeah, from the. There. That's approximating the right shape. Overall casualty figures on the big board, 170,000 to ours, to now almost 1 million of theirs. We're doing fine. Are there folks in Pocket C who weren't actually attached to the fighting line? Come on, people. China will run out of manpower after we have torn the population out from under them. And no sooner than that, China will be out of reserves when they are out of China. You guys, go be terribly clever and sneak up on that fellow. And by some, I mean quite a few of you guys. Also some of you guys. Well, in your case, it's not so much sneaking as it is bull rushing. Trust me, it's terribly clever. Once you put it in combination with the other folks, do the actual clever thing. Yeah, tank, go this way. That tank is being wasted on what used to be an opportunity to close a gap. Now you go over here. So could have sent the mountaineers in here, because this remaining tiny pocket of communist China, this is all very mountainous as well. Basically, the flat parts are all up here, and we've already dealt with that. This is all of the smooth China. Even then, it is broken up by many hills. Idle planes. That's the carriers complaining. I'm not going to bother myself with that. So what I will bother with, let's go ahead and make some decisions. You, Joe, you will take just dive bomber, as far as bombers go. 20 bomber, 25 fighter. That's your loadout now. There's Kaga. Ditch the dive bombers. You are allowed to overstuff the carriers if you want. "30 fighters, 24 dive or torpedo bombers. And you ditch those. "30-24. And you are the one I built, so you're already set up to make effective use of things. Let's just scale back your bombers in favor of a little more fighter. I think it would work just like regular airport overstuffing, where just if you put more planes in an airport than it has capacity, it cuts into the mission efficiency of every plane that flies out of that base. It also increases the risk of losing planes to flight accidents as a form of attrition. So very acute diminishing returns. Where the Russians are dug in. Yeah, that's the Russians. No mercy. I don't think the interface will prevent you from trying to shove 1,000 planes into a carrier. I mean, I'm sure if you fold them all up and just stack them on top of each other, they'll fit. Just cram them in there. If you want any back out of storage, it might take a few days. But they're all there. It's what we described on the label. It carried the aircraft. That's what you wanted, right? The cargo ship. Is land there? Or no, that's lake. That is lake. There is not land there. So land is not being contested by anyone. We have increased naval production. Advance the torpedoes? snag the yet further boat yards off naval primacy first. Since the torpedo effect will go into play right away the moment the focus finishes, so... I can save that for closer to the fighting. Is the gateway to our carrier training effort, though. Yeah, there is a river between these. Just being sure, so now, at this point, this is the section of the front that should be moving up. Hey, there's a pocket. Hey, there's the AI wigging out as it suddenly panics at the thought of having the chance to win. Oh, don't be shy. It's just soldiers. Just give them a hug. Unicorn line has become complicated, as is inevitable. However, their general plan of coming in here will still be useful since these cities are being tough little bastards. So you can just have this line go past them and swoop around. Keep shutting down industry as states flip over. A lot of these coastal states start with practically nothing in them as far as factories go. Real convenient if you're playing as China and want to write off all your coastal territory as an acceptable loss. On the off chance that things go bad, you just focus on building in here at first, and that'll last you quite a while. And boat yards are idle, unacceptable. Boat yards live to serve. Alright, so I need more carrier production. I finished all those miscellanea I was working on, so let's start... Destroyers I was holding off on until I have something better than the Fubuki there. So... more submarine... Well, for now I've allocated everything I have. Be full in on carrier, full in on submarine. I can scale back convoy production a bit. Yes. Yes, I have convoys for now, and I need warships to defend them. There we go. I am building more than a carrier per year on that Soryu class line. And have all the resources for it. My oil shortage is only impacting convoy production. For now. Oh yeah, I got an extraction tech a while ago, so... Is there anything I was importing but no longer should? Yes, I can scale back steel imports from the Russians. I was never importing tungsten. Alright, so that's in factories saved. Put back to work on developing the home sector. My plan for peace settlement is I'm going to take the coastal territory off of China. Probably also this inland one. I'll see how much tension it would cause. Since tensing the globe too hard will escalate things for everybody else, it'll help the allies get more involved. But yeah, take coastal territories that I have more coverage and boat yards, puppet whatever I leave behind in the interior. Chromium, also, since I was still baffled by it ages ago, possibly around in that last session, chromium is for high-performance engines that go into heavy tanks and into capital ships. So it is needed to build very heavy weaponry, like large boat and large tank. And the most advanced versions of like moderate tank as well. Take chromium. That's what they're for. It was something that completely did not come up during the Canada campaign, since we stuck with light whatever we were doing for the most part. And I've just gone there for construction. I am going to queue up a bunch of synth oil, since, well, for most purposes, having factories is going to be more useful to us, especially of our regular production sorts. Synth oil, it does add up over time, and it's oil that's not reliant on any sort of supply line, so that's quite good. Gonna string together a bunch more productivity. So we will need plenty of military factory in order to build plane, but then also plenty of boatyard for ruling the waves. While I continue to think the resource distribution on the map is a little weird, I appreciate like the kind of simplicity of the dynamics for gameplay that emerges from it, where steel is your basic, you know, bread and butter of military stuff. It's your gun butter. With just steel, you could build regular infantry and a bit of light artillery to support it with, and then yeah, pretty much everything uses steel, and each of the other resources lets you branch out into some other category of stuff. Where tungsten is for heavy artillery, chromium is for really big vehicles, rubber and aluminum together are for aircraft, oil is for all vehicle-related things, and rubber also goes into motor stuff, aluminum also goes into support equipment. Then, yeah, well, resource distribution is kind of weird in the sense of, like, well, this doesn't feel like it represents a thing. In gameplay purposes, you can look at a country's resource pile and get a sense of what role it should adopt in the economy, or what ambitions it should set in order to fill its strategic goals. Or, like, with us, we desperately need oil and rubber that isn't reliant on any of our natural enemies, so that we can have boat and plane. Where, for example, one of the other side games that I have run is as the Swede, and they have an abundance of steel and tungsten and a fair pile of chrome, tiny scrap amounts of aluminum, and no oil or rubber in their territory. So what you can do with the resource base that's available to you there is make a pretty tough, like, artillery-heavy infantry army. You can equip a lot of men with a lot of very large cannons and use those to put the hurt on people. But if you want to take to the sea or sky or a car, you need to secure an oil source. Or like when we were over as Canada, where we had shitloads of aluminum, more than we ever knew what to do with, and adequate amounts of steel. And being friendly with the British, we had access to rubber and oil. Canada's in a good position to build a lot of planes, either for their own use or to send off to others. possible as a stretch goal. I would love to have a second carrier line going. In the grand scheme of things, I would consider also focusing in on one type of bomber over the other for my for all my naval aviation, just to save a production line. That's a specialization I could consider cutting. If I were to discard, one of the carrier planes would probably be the dive bomber. They are first and foremost for killing enemy boats. I should work to support that. This line? Well, I guess it's the old line followed by telling them to go over here, which is perhaps not what I wanted with respect to that other line. Let's fix that now. It's the sense it tried to make of that line with respect to the old one. Except now they're not chained together at all. Weird. No, either way. There we go. Sort of. Don't think about it too hard. You're all just for shoving. Don't overcomplicate the shoving work. Less questioning why, more do and die. Good, I caught some of the Russians in a pocket. It's these little infantry ones I've been able to pull off. Getting them out of the way will be quite helpful. There, drive them into a lake. They will not run out of men, but each pog that I take off of the board is more training time that they need in order to create a new one. If I just keep shoving these ones back, they'll continue to reinforce and snowball and eventually get vaguely concentrated and might reestablish enough density to be a problem. Finishing them off prevents that. Launch you directly into that just to get you off my desk. Send you into the unicorns. Training times will not prevent any of our soldiers from reaching the front. There is no such thing. if I can create another. We have an entire continent worth of active battle zone, and that's not good enough for you? What kind of practice or training or simulation could we possibly provide that would stack up to the real deal? Just get the genuine fighting experience. I don't think I'm ever gonna run out of Army X so long as the land war is being conducted. I'm gonna research the tank at some point. Where's my lights? Where's my light? Goodbye, little Type 94 tankette. You've served as well. Ish, I get. My advisors claim you've served as well. And before we even finish a single Hago, let's soup this fucker up. You will be the fastest tank. And maybe what's up, gun? Gun or armor? Make you tough or make you punchy? Tough. We want you to survive. Yeah, 553. I think that's the same spread of bonuses I bought for the Type 95 there. On your way, speed boy. Yeah, exactly the same spread under exactly the same reasoning. Now we let time flow, and we'll be refilled on land experience in a month, and customize everything again. In fact, let's go ahead and go Mark 1. Where would I go to if I just consider... There we go. Oh wait, no, this got gun upgrades rather than engine upgrades. So what if I gave it engine upgrades? Sudetenland, what a crisis. Right, you don't have to be fast, you just have to be tough. You are tough, man. Hey! You are in Europe over Czechoslovakia. Cheers. Enjoy your early start to European World War II. Already in progress. Now back to the swamp. The depthless man-bog that is this war. Yeah, that's one of those twists that is a good sign for the historic progress. The times will roll. And yeah, if I might be able to see intel-wise if I... Yeah, there is a pretty tough line of fortifications around the Czech border. So they will be dug in there nice and good. Country's fairly industrialized. Really industrialized, they have good armor producers, they have a decent amount of armor already in their starting army. And they are willing to use it. Big ol' thorn in the side of the Germans. Good thing. Alright, the second batch of Mountaineers has just arrived. Good. So that should help us start to go wide and dive out to another flank on the border. Things start to slow. Here in June. So close, though. I was going to start muttering about considering, like, stopping and charging up planning again in order to give it another wave, but we are very close. That province is undefended. What? No, that's a lake. That's the lake again. Get a canoe and cross that lake! Why are we letting this lake stop us from claiming victory? Yeah, we've taken air superiority in the south. And not because the enemy have given up trying. Good. Because we've dealt damage. Oh, did you guys run out of attack line? No, because your goal was up there. That'll be the distinction. You guys are turning to face the south. And you had run out of attack line and we're waiting. Alright, forget it. Go. War's still on, folks. We've not run out of war. Come and get it. War, hot and ready. War, 30 minutes or it's free. War, what are you good for? Find out. Sign up today. I got 8 lines going of regular men. Them lower priority. Six going of garrison stuff. Make it 8 as well. For the moment, they just exist to start padding out the home isle garrison. Head. There. Alright. So you... Actually, do I have any garbage field marshals left sitting around already? I have you... Yeah, this old guard, you can be in charge of the homeland. Current rifle gap. hovering around 80 days of possible reimbursement. Just 2 months of waiting and we'd fill the rifle gap. Years of waiting on tanks. Tanks and support gear. We are starting to catch up on rifle. Our new army factory has been going into the rifles. Wherever we find them. Put a bit more of a mix. Get a healthy industrial rainbow going. Don't drink from it, but appreciate it. Keep your children an appropriate distance from the industrial rainbow. Difference of distance. And let's see, there's all the oil, there's the next wave of regular stuff I was building. Some other things I'm going to want to binge purchase are airports, harbors. A lot of them take relatively little time to set up though. On the order of like a couple of weeks per level. So for now they can just sit comfortably behind the industry pile. Radar will be nice to get going. Especially if we can manage to get our way to higher levels of radar and set a few up on the islands. Once we have those, they'll kind of bleed out influence into the surrounding zones and just overall buff all aircraft performance in the area. We'll just have an easier time finding targets and picking fights. Several people have reported well of playing an aggressive France. There are a lot of mechanics in place to tie your hands on trying to be an aggressive ally. But when you can pull off the necessary maneuvers, they work well. Charge. Time we shove the line back, we cost the enemy more of their factories. Look, here's 3 military factories they used to not own. Now they are mine. Also, having reviewed a bit more about how things work, so the idea... What we see here is indeed all of what could be built there, and what is there. And it's just, it all gets pooled together, and if it's in occupied territory, it goes into the occupied pile, and then you get percentage of it based on your current level of industrial cruelty. So you can see there we have 12 military factory in the occupied zone versus 55 of our own. And so functionally none of those are getting through right now because we just have too low a ratio. Also, a lot of them are probably damaged right now due to saboteurs. Support here. Do want to learn of police. Let's get that out of the way. Get a count here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Set up 9 of those, so that, as it stands, would be a base of 45 oil and 18 rubber. No, I can also slink into the carrier focus via the Yeah, the heavy battleship stuff there. Could be a naval air innovation. Which would also give me some handy aircraft designs. Oh, there's also boat expin here. Does boat expin most of these? Cruiser blueprints. Or dive straight for the capital stuff. Settle the issue. Torpedo, but longer. Welcome to the team. Conceptually longer. Metaphysical length. So apparently people have observed that 4 is actually the most carriers that a single fleet will efficiently store. If you have more than that, you start running into dogpiling problems between them. Let's actually take our Tier 1 carriers out of here. We'll let the other Tier 2s that will get built shuffle in. I think I will distribute these to the other fleets then. So, one of you will have escort the battleships. Congratulations for you, Joe. You gets to go where the cruisers live, which I think was over here. And let's see. Add those and my surface raiding fleet. My whalers. Where the whalers sleep over here right now. So let's give them a whale carrier. There's a big surprise waiting for you when you get home. No, you haven't even received your planes yet, so you just get to sit there and enjoy. And there's like half a wing of you surviving. We can move forward to a better air base. Right up on the bleeding edge of the front. That's what's holding me up. There's mountain here. The whaling fleet is what I am calling my surface raiders. Just a destroyer swarm whose job is to hunt submarine and maybe also convoy while they're active, or maybe something bigger. If you have decent torpedoes backing them, destroyers can take on some remarkably large prey. The disproportionate level of danger that destroyers pose to other vessels was an important part of naval meta at this time. And throughout the times leading up to it, and effectively afterwards, just with the emergence of the anti-ship missiles as a replacement for plane or gun or torpedo as a primary boat-killing method. And these guys have made it all the way out to the edges. Deep to the Mongolia. Just keep stretching that line. Let's see. Once you are done with that, go inland. Provinces get real big out in places like this. Mobile forces start rolling. With any luck, something you take might even be the final straw. At some point, they gotta run out of straw. How much straw can there be? It is August. And surrender progress is pretty good right now. Victory is in sight, people. Do not disappoint the Emperor. Wow, I managed to wrap back around to a steel deficit. Oh, that's gonna be out of boat building. Yeah, I've crammed a whole bunch more nautical production in here. That's all going to be very hungry. Okay, has that carrier reached home? Yes. Welcome, new escort carrier. For prioritizing sake, we'll create a second subline. Just give myself a bit more of that flexibility. Yep, the lines are still experiencing a general advance, and it's still kind of working. New computer. Tabulate all of this fighting data. So many have died here that we've built a machine to count the bodies. Crypto stuff is pretty important for a lot of side benefits. Intel, combat advantages. Wait a minute, what about the... Pawns should not have field hospitals. Get rid of that. Pawns don't deserve trucks. Trucks are for people. Field hospitals for garrison troops. Nonsense. Hitler is dead! So yeah, this is based on an actual thing. There was, at the time, a batch of German officers who, if Hitler really got the country into a fight over Czechoslovakia, were ready to fucking murder him. And so, if Europe escalates to war over Czechoslovakia, the assassination attempt occurs. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. So in this timeline, Hitler is dead. Now Göring's in charge. There were many attempts at the Hitler, but this is a specific one. Someday we might try to kill Hitler. Well, we're too late for that now. We were too bogged down in China. Still more discount on our battle plan, so let's take Grand Assault. Just pile on as many bonuses as we can. Still planning to take Infiltration over the assault side of things. This half is more infantry focused in its bonuses, whereas this one is a bit more vehicle oriented. So given our frequent strategic poverty as far as our ability to choose which thing we want to do well, army cutbacks are on the table for the future. Göring has gone in for Molotov-Ribbentrop. Or at least has offered it. We'll see how they feel. World War II has started and Poland is uninvolved. Just a peaceful Poland on the side. Only 50 days. We could overcome our rifle gap. Yeah, that's a very big steel deficit now, so hey Russia, open up to me. Show me what you got, Russia. And I'll take 1 oil. Also, with the World War kicked off, I'm no longer worried about tension costs for what I'm going to do with China, so yeah, I'm gonna bite off more. I'm gonna take like 2 layers of states. At least. I'm better off putting their manpower to use directly in my own hands. What fraction of it I'll get. More importantly, their industry, their materials. France has banned the communism. have the unicorns kind of sideswipe all this. I want to get my guys across the river. Almost finally finished clamping down on communist territory. After how long it has taken, compared to how much progress that was made on the other lines. Also, let's see. Let me go count something here. So, 1 light and 1 heavy cruiser. 1 destroyer, 1 submarine, and a convoy defense doctrine. One carrier and 1 battleship. See, we don't actually have a lot of ship blueprints tied up in this, in terms of raw count. So I'm actually going to research the Type 2 destroyer at regular price there, and then use the focus bonus for the 3 or the 4, depending on when it comes up. Just so I can get some adequate destroyer production started more soonish. There, this is a bit lighter terrain. Yeah, just open plain, good. This is where we finally punch through and seal this deal. And we'll catch 3 of them. And are those Russian or nope, other China. Let me find the line editor. Beach Lords, this is none of your responsibility. You focus over here. Don't mind that pocket at all, Beach Lords. In fact, there's a lot of things I should be telling you not to mind. Fancy torpedoes. Fancy that. Let's focus your attention over here. Beach Lords focus up here. So you keep trying to drive for the cities. Let's make this an actual drive for the city. Yeah. Yes, that is a strategy right there. M's planning lines. Right, focus setting. Large boat. Static oil focus. Improve spirit. Yeah. I want more political power. That power, get that unity, put it to work. What are you... Is the supply situation that bad? It hasn't been for a while. Come on, get back up there. Get on a train and hit the front. Is that airfield inside the North Zone? Yes, it is. Okay. There's a place to move these up to for tighter coverage. And government mod. Industry concern. Just filling out a bunch of the fundamentals now. Hey, it's working! Now finish the job. And we're closing another pincer here. The beach lords are managing to deliver. Mostly because I think we thinned things a lot. The hobbits won't even get their chance to run for the hills. This time, surely, we are reaching the breaking point of the enemy. Alright, so... unicorns from right here. Attack to right there. That is your plan. Just drive here across this open field, meet up with the other line, and capture every one of these. As far as progress, Hunan might do it. That might take all we need. So let me go ahead and just drop into that. Nope, still haven't taken that one. As far as control levels go. Carrier primacy, absolutely. The most primal of carriers, right there. Coming into the fall of 83, or 38. Fall of 83, still at war in China, send help. 100 years, war in China. Over and over again, war in China. Close enough that I might just take something quick and small to fill time, then leap over to that. Yeah, this artillery upgrade. That's work that should be finishing up around the time we hit the end of the year. So close to capturing Shangdai. Or, well, yeah, Shangdai in the state of Hunan. That's what's throwing me off. And in doing so, creating another bubble. Ah, here's another, okay, alt history twist. Hello, Russia, welcome to the board. So, the Soviets have a whole bunch of different ways that they can go politically based on if and how you decide to conduct the purges. Where if you do all of the purging, then you just end up with Stalin's Russia, as it was. If you only, like, semi-purge, you can go in different directions. If you don't purge anyone at all, you go in different directions. This is a Russia that did not purge the military hard enough, and so there is now a coup being attempted by a bunch of military officers, leading to a civil war, as this Russia over here, composed of some South bits and like a third of a Kazakhstan, now tries to rise up. Andrei Vlasov. Where, let's see, yes, this is coming about, or at least, no, we don't have detailed intel, so we're not sure which focuses they have taken. Cannot tell which aspects of the country they have purged or not. So of all the various plots that motivated those mass executions here in this game, any one of them could have been true and could be pulled off as a way to play an alternate Russia. One of those alternatives is to have Trotsky come home. And you have Trotsky Russia. Oh, and yeah, that's right. They have a lot of the oil fields, and we're buying Russian oil. Joe, we were counting on you. I'm disappointed, Joe. No, I'm not buying American oil. Rescind that order. Sure, Mexico. I'm going to not buy anything from Joe until he sorts this out, because I cannot stand an inconsistent supply line. So we will buy from Mexico and Venezuela and Peru. You have a factory's worth of oil at least. Or no, that's not a clean. No, we'll make sure that we're still always doing clean, crisp, and even multiples of a factory. Which oil do we need overall? We're pulling in, but I'll allow some hours to pass to stabilize it. Just do a production day. Okay, good. Congratulations, miscellaneous South and Central America. You now provide our oil. For now. And I can dial back this steep. Or no, that's a deficit. Alright, their steel supplies haven't been disrupted. We'll still buy steel from you. Buy Joe's steel. Is Mongolia being defended? They are in the faction, so I would not attempt to snap up Mongolia. Mongolia is not on my list right now. It would be if I can, like, sneak their government out from under them with a crafty coup. Yeah, going after these two, trying to flip them out of the Comintern and into my own sphere of influence. I'll start trying to collect Central Asian miners. Supposing that we manage to hold out. Yes, good. Collapse. Crush. China! Finally defeated. At last. Welcome to the peace table. Wherein we take whatever the hell we want, because we're the only one here. You don't get anything, Manchukuo. You're lucky we let you send ambassadors. So, China. Let's see. All of your coast. Every last one of it. Little inlet. Yeah, let's secure the border against the French. Yes, this will be our residual China. Just the interior. Just the dry bits. On the other hand, a lot of these borders are very Ripley. What remaining world tension did not exist will be generated by our conquest of China. And let's see, up here, People's Republic. Right, after all of that, Puppet, what's left? Do I dignify you with a response, or do I just consume you as well? Consume, and then if I don't like any of the land, I'll pass it off to the residual China. There we go, 72 world tension. This is what we fought for. This is what 795 score gets you. We are done here. Finally, peace. Time to reorganize. Oh boy, is it time to reorganize. Okay, so let's take stock of what we have captured. It's all fully built up. Yeah, throw another oil plant in there. And yeah, just these two states I will hand back to their prior lords. Well, to their new reorganized nationalist China overlords. Let's see. Yeah, Shaanxi and Sweet One. And now I have a dumping ground for my old equipment. I can't transfer land to them? Okay, never mind. I guess I have custody of all of it. Maybe there was some other... Or, I know what the problem is. It's that they didn't give all of the China's cores on all of the China, which was a thing that they did in prior Heartses that made plenty of sense. So I couldn't... There would be no way to liberate these directly over to nationalist China in the peace deal. World status very on fire. You're welcome. Yes, seriously. Everything China related right now is extremely placeholder, and it's quite annoying. Alright, so you guys are now the coastal garrison for the mainland. Beach lords, I'm going to tentatively transfer over to the South Isles. As far as arrangement goes. These various pockets have things they need to do. Let's see. Put one of you on the French border. Should get set up there. Again, and have a plan to go for Hanoi? Yeah, Hanoi. Bring the various fleets home for adjusting. Hong Kong. Miscellanea fleet. Freighters, bring the submarines and the whalers home. We're based in Kyushu. Whalers home. Our submarines are still green because they had fuck all to shoot at during this war. It was dreadfully peaceful. So, some of you, just regular men, have already sent down to the French border. Luxembourg has joined the Allies, good for you. We'll have the 2 pocket armies of infantry go to the Russian border and actually combine, become a singular army, and I will put you under a field marshal of some sort. Where none is available, what would you like to become? No, you've got a decent batch of traits as a general. I'd like to preserve those. I'll find someone else to kick upstairs. Congratulations, Field Marshal. We're now in charge of the North. Guard it well. Motorized units. Just bring you home for now, I guess. Not quite home. Have you sit inland. Just a little. Unicorns, you will come home. Or... store you up in Manchuria. Alternatively, I'll take that garbage field marshal I just created. Have him be in charge of the coastal garrisons. And then have that field marshal be in charge of this new proper big man army. There. The one who knows things about fighting. Alright, now we have spirit. Disinterested in my war. Well, in my faction. That'll probably flip once we are able to get them ideologized. And with enough support in India, we'll be able to launch a coup. Let's see. Still don't have a whole lot of power to go around. Central supply zone will be hurting while we get everybody redistributed. And resource problems, let's see. Steel we now have more of. We're just short some aluminum and some rubber. Good. Please notice us, international community. Are we not terrifying? Now we are getting closer. New industry stuff. Let the fortifying begin. I know this is flak. Flak is not fortification. They built a bunch of flak there. Or maybe I built the flak there. Someone put flak here. I appreciate it. I'm gonna get a bunch of free coastal forts out of a focus, and those might do for a lot of purposes. At this point, it's more important that I get my various garrison spots armed and staffed. Well, the war ending means the endless font of army experience is also cleared off. go ahead and start preparing. A little something for the future. Really, I think I'm going to be going after some of these first, actually. So maybe not that. Maybe instead... a different audacious plan. Just to have something on the drafting board that is quite likely to be obsoleted and in need of adjustment several times over before we start any actual fighting. Guys, this one. What, half of you on each line, why don't you... Do you not own that line somehow? There. Or not. What do you... There we go. Probably something fiddly about being up very close to the invasion size cap. Something I should work on improving before the big one. We're over here, way at the bottom of naval. Right now, that naval invasion capacity, that's the total number of invasion plan divisions that you can have on the board at a time preparing. So right now we can only launch 10 divisions, spread however we'd like in any number of invasion plans anywhere. And that improves to 40 and 100 as you go up on the chart. Long-term investments. Alright, so for more immediate objectives, I want to fix up what we've got here on the mainland, reduce our dependence on foreign oil, and carry on with our military buildup. As we enter a span of relative peace, I still get to keep total mobilization thanks to the totalitarianism. Just, you know what, we're in a state of permanent distress. These events have proven that everyone on Earth is our enemy, and we must be ready to combat them. Victory at any cost. What is this? Yeah, this border is mountainous. So let's put the hobbits on the English border. So, how are the supply gaps looking now? 1 month to fill rifles. Too long to fill artillery. A year for motorized. Ages for support equipment. A couple months for heavy tank. Years for light tank. Close to fighters. Not even making carrier fighters. Okay, so what this is telling me is we can ease off on rifle production a little. That'll give us artillery production. Then we gotta work on dragging more factory into the fold. Where, actually, let's see. What's aluminum debt? Strong aluminum debt. Maybe. Oh, have you already dealt with that limit? Nope, still there. Still in Russia. Hello. Good luck with that. That just leaves the rubber. We can live without that until the synth plants are up. And reduced steel consumption. How is the Euro War going? Interesting. So no movement on the lines over there, and the Czechs have managed to break out a little bit. 1938 Germany was not ready for this. No telling if they'll be able to sustain the attack, but they have got something going on there. November of 38. Here we are, victorious over China. Okay, do some air reorganizing while I'm at it. So for the most part, just so I want air cover in this area. Alright, my southern front's waiting to happen, so we'll stow some planes there. And then, for the most part, I'm really not sure. Let's see, where was that wing of... yeah, carrier close air support that I put on the land? Expand that. And these carrier fighters I'd put on land, get rid of them. Send you back into the pool. Go live on the boats we've built for you. Wait, are there really 94 ships? Yeah, because both the submarines and the cruiser group are here. Alright, that makes sense. Here's your carrier. Use it wisely. Let's rebase the submarines to somewhere else, just to reduce clutter. And the second carrier line is opening up. It's a start. Alright, so we have gun fleet. We have flat fleet. And now we have whale fleet with escort carrier. So we want 2 more of those to go into the proper flat top team, just to bring it up to a quartet, and then we go about developing new ones. You know what? I'm gonna strip the support gear off the garrisons for now. We'll create a duplicate of this template. Because that's free. And now we have that saved in case I want to switch back up to them later. But then, for this pawn, strip that all off. Just regular old riflemen, that's all I want for my islands. Just ship them out and start staffing all of our beaches. Equipping something with both support and regular line artillery means you're getting the benefits from both, at the cost of sending that many cannons and having that much width. And the price of taking up one of your support slots. So if you had other utility things you wanted to shove in there, you'd be making choices. So I have some aircraft in reserve now. Let us review air supply. We're behind on regular fighter, behind on carrier fighter. We have regular close air and carrier close air and carrier naval bomber. Let's just never produce regular close air support. The only use I will have for those is on top of a boat. And rifle gap. Currently holding at 50 days, but that's because I went and threw a whole bunch of men onto beaches. Speaking of, let's shave that down even further. Doing so, throw a bunch of rifle back in the pool. let me go grab a bunch of these military factories out of the queue, shove them to the top, and then distribute them accordingly. So we need plenty of green production. Just intermingle that with all of our resource boosting stuff. Military police will be available shortly into the next year. And we have another round of industry tech that's going to help make up the shortfalls here. So let's see, how many ports do I have to defend at home? Turn off the air mode so I can see this more easily. 3, 4, 5, 6. And a 7th way up there. 8. And you go all the way out into the Kurils. Oh wait, this is the South Isle allocation. I'll keep that in mind. So 8 in production, I already have 10 in the field. So 18, 26. 34, 42, 50. 50 seems like a good number. That's a nice, clean number. That's an upper limit placed on things. And meanwhile, for the little islands... pretty well, all of you have potentially usable harbors. Only 5 of you have airports way out on the edge, and then 3 big ones. I'll aim for 22. Ideally, none of them will come under fire, as they will be defended by our mighty navy, but in the event of perilous situations, that should be enough for them to, you know, dig in and appropriately hold the beach. And after we have them all out in position, I will attempt to budget for giving everybody, you know, some kind of ground cover. Give them engineers, you know, let them properly entrench heavily. And we're already going to be real good at entrenching because of our doctrine. Like, I think even... oh, that's the wrong menu to dig into. Let's see, trench bonuses. there. And then which side of this head? Recon, attack. Reduce supply consumption. I feel like a side of this had yet more trench bonus. Perhaps I was mistaken. Maybe all the trenches up here on the common zone. The point is, we're real good at digging holes and hiding in them. So we'll be able to turn each of these isles into a fortress. And they should have some sort of general in charge of them. Who do I have to spare? Skill 3 Commando. Yeah, it sounds like a great idea for our spider hole orchestrator. Alright, so we're posturing against the Russians. We have occupation forces down in China, and some degree of a line setting up to push south or west. Just have to work on these equipment deficits. Alright, so I have a bunch of our early close air planes. I have a bunch more of carrier bombers. I have surpluses of both kinds of carrier bomber right now. I'm alright for that. Hurting for fighters. Hurting for fighters and hurting for regular medium-sized bomber. All doctrine bonuses are good, but I don't think I need any of those urgently. Not when I'm trying to start focusing on boat things. So here's some boat dock. Wait. No. Industry. For victory. Yeah, cancel out that 0 progress. Wipe it off the table. Just also get piled into the queue. Some large airports at strategic locations. Really, if we could just turn Iwo Jima into an aircraft carrier. That'd just be perfect. Okay, I do have at least one top-level port at home. Good. That'll help with supply throughput elsewhere. Rubber shortfall of 5. And that will only get worse as we start actually building aircraft. So let's start to synthesize. Finally, a rifle surplus. And very little ancient basic rifle that we need to displace. Good. So I could strip off some of this as well. Get that all reassigned down the chain. And once we have the heavy tank filled out, I can scale that back down to tiny. Or actually, let's see. 80 days of current production. For the 70 or so. I'll let them finish. Yes, a lot of that production got eaten up by the support equipment over there. Which is good, because we need a lot of that. That's our engineers, that's our recon teams. That's everything that makes our guys punch a little higher than their weight. So let me see here, I got 35 boatyard right now. 3, 6, 7, 8, 10, 12 more boatyard planned. 13. $14 more boatyard planned. So that'd be enough to fill a carrier line. Also spill over into like half of a subline. Still want to start building destroyers. Get the second submarine line. I'll put a destroyer line in there. Using the boats that'll be available for that, the yards that'll be available for it. Alright, that should let me go to like 2 full rows on the other one as well, once they are all in place. Dive back over here so I can go over that destroyer blueprint. So I'll figure out the Asashio here. And that'll be enough to get started on the line. Tier 2s will hold out well going forward, but then I'll also have the opportunity to spring straight for the better one and move up quickly. But it is January, a month of industry. The whole first quarter of any relevant year is usually endless pile of industry research. You're going to guard beaches, so I will just shove you out the door right away. No training necessary. What would I train you for? Your job's practically a vacation already. For the regular infantry, still training. I want one of those for the just regular men. At least. And I could upgrade them to a field marshal as well. In fact, they're already under a field marshal. Good. In that case, sure, I'll pour all kinds of people into the just regular men. 7. Take them up to 30. $600,000 is low. By some standards. I maintain my delusional confidence that we are not going to get in any more big land wars, so, losses aren't a real problem. We're just going to be worrying about the tiny numbers of service personnel at risk on our ships. Forget the tactical bombers. Who needs medium plane? What a dead end. I can't fit these on a boat. Boat plane is the future. In the future, all airports will be at sea. No one will even speak of the thought of placing runways on land. It will be a legend. A myth, the mark of a primitive mind. I think I'll step up the the mainland pawn line. So go ahead and relabel these. There we go, at this point. Pocket A will maintain its name for historical reasons, just commemorating their role. Use of all pockets. Alright, let's set up another batch of you. Just the one run. Deploy at home and then immediately ship over to the mainland to join a garrison blob. Speaking of, I think I will now proceed to split these theaters off for organization's sake. Theater. Just regular men are on South Main, as are the hobbits. Meanwhile, Pocket A and the unicorns are up on Joe watch. Don't think I'm not watching, Joe. I see you. I know what you do. Moderate reinforcement priority there. Low priority to mainland and home isle, since those are just garrison storage boxes. Moderate to South Isles, high to South Main at this point. That's where I hope the next fighting will be. Alright, rifle gap is, once again, within tolerance. Artillery gap is terrifying. Motor gap is within a year, that's okay for build-up purposes. Nearly done with the heavy tanks. Then we can redistribute that effort to small tank and more cannons, I guess. At this point, we are engaging in some effort to instigate political unrest in the Raj, and just to get Siam on board as a faction member. Or if we can count on their support, we'll have a land base from which to push into Singapore, and that'll be good. Alright, there's a destroyer. Time, kindly freeze. Contemplating. Where'd go? Maybe. Could now get the medium tank. That's yet another piece of equipment I would need to build. Upgrade my engineers. Aviation stuff I could research, not cleanly right now. Aside from doctrine, I could pick up some doctrine. The agony of technology decisions. Yeah, trench harder. Whatever else happens, we will need trenches. And so now we're here, March 39. How is Europe? Europe is... Alright, it looks like they've stalled. That is an absence of progress. A few spots where they took Vienna. It seems like they're not making a lot of headway. They are contained right now. And let's see. Looks like the Low Countries haven't been attacked yet. Luxembourg has joined the Allies, but is not being... Oh, no, they're defending themselves. Yep, they're in the war. Such a tiny axis. It's just Germany and Italy. Africa is looking pretty ordinary. Artillery 2. Moral quote doctrine. Hopefully he'll be obsolete by the time we're installing another of you. Maybe not. Well, we have all this Modex now. I could try to squeeze more out of that design. Or save it for when we move up to the next level. When will we reload again? 1940. However, are my focus bonuses just speed or ahead of time penalty? Just speed bonus. What if we attack the Axis? What would you do about that, allies? Here we are building all the world tension, and now we will also fight the fascism. Just the other kind. The wrong kind. Gotta resist temptations about over-aggressing. We have a very important war to build up for, and getting various bits of our equipment destroyed, and other sideboard wars, that's gonna distract. I wonder if any convoys would even get through to them. Setting aside that I don't have anything at all to spare to give them. Like, actually anything at all. We are completely strapped for gear. See, ideally I want France to fall so that I can just take this for free. Somebody destroy France! Anyone at all! Well, that Russia is starting to get folded back. And there it goes. Russia defeated. Joe back on top. just don't know what you're up to right now. That's a pity. I hope they manage to take out France regardless. I really want this. I want it in a way that doesn't make me fight the Allies too soon. Look at that. Look at that 90 rubber. Rubber for days. That alone would make us just the just number 3 producer of rubber throughout the world. Russians posturing with Romania. If Germany stays distracted long enough, we might end up with a red alert situation. We might have Joe just having nobody interfering as he gets all settled in. Anyway, we're innovating on boat subjects. I'm just gonna dismiss that. Get out of here, plane reserves. I know you have craft, and I don't want them. If I do end up having to fight Joe first, what resources would I get out of capturing Siberia, if any? Let's see, chrome, steel, right on the border, chrome, steel, tungsten, bits of aluminum around here. How far west do I have to go for oil? Here, there is oil in Circuit. The Germans claim Memel. Alright, they are planning to beat up Poland regardless, as the German AI often will. So I would have to cross half the continent before I would hit oil. That's the kind of shenanigans that are making me invest in synth. We'll just brew our own oil. Let's also see here, how many military factory do I have queued up right now? Looking like 15 green factory? Yes, 15 green factory. Which, on my current scales, would be 12 vacant down there. And then some. A lot of that is in anticipation of filling out various equipment shortfalls that are about to be fixed. Like, there's the heavy tanks done. So I can just roll that back to the minimum, now that all the heavy that we use is full. That gets us working on the artillery a little harder. Yes, several of these we have equipment shortfalls just because I decided to go ahead and declare very large swaths of our army to use new equipment that we didn't have yet. Once all of these are full, the operational losses will be much easier to sustain with ongoing production at lower levels. Out the door with you. And more of you. All of you. These I will let continue training. But yeah, just all these basic scrubs who use nothing but gun. Being kicked out the door is what they were made to do. This is their purpose, to just get shipped off to all of our isles and stand around, digging in, just dig holes. We can also improve our regular diplomatic relations with these target countries. Well, as you can see from the modifiers right here, one of the big ones is that they are not currently considered aligned. They're predominantly neutral. Flipping them out of neutral would do things. Oh, who could I... Romania! Romania would like to get out of any of this Axis nonsense. They like our brand. Ah, do I feel like protecting you from Joe? That's a question. Do we let the Draculas into the prosperity sphere? There's also a thing that, like, within each of these ideology colors, there are, like, sub-ideologies defined that are slightly different. And so being exactly the same version of your ideology is considered, like, more tightly aligned, and you get extra benefits diplomatically with each other. It's a framework they're probably going to hang more things off of. Like, you could, like, if you dug down into the appropriate part of the interface, you would see that, like, this red wedge is specifically Stalinism, and that there are other kinds of red wedge that other people have. Yes. Let us look to the north. I mean, there's no rubber in Russia, but we'll get rubber out of Siam once we buddy up with them. Well, yes, I accept your... Yes. Welcome aboard, Romania. Start nothing unless I tell you to. Just you behave yourself over there. Maybe I could just, like, reach out and shield all of the right-wing extremist-leaning countries out here from German influence. Hungary's already fallen into the trap, it looks like. I'll make my own anti-communist pact. Get the Turks on board? Yeah! What do you think, Turks? 100, you are non-aligned right now. I can fix that. Now a strategy emerges. Our true enemy reveals itself. Hungary is declaring against legionary Romania. You shut the fuck up, Hungary. Hungary, do not make me come over there and kick your teeth in. Yeah, we could get the Turks, try to get the Iranians on board. I mean, I'm gonna be bleeding all my political power out for ages, but yeah, the Turks, the Iranians, the Afghans, maybe. And I'm already trying to court India. I could just build this ring around Russia. Just an alliance of not Poland, or the Baltics, or the Finns. Just everyone south of Russia. Bulgaria might fit comfortably inside there. Try to snipe them. Now, who do I send to... Well, if it just becomes a fight between Romania and Hungary, Romania can kick their ass. Look at this army. Romania is quite well armed. They are a hefty medium. They, among these like moderate-sized Euro powers in the East, they have a fine industrial base, fine manpower. They have a domestic oil supply, so they can build all kinds of armor. Romania is quite tough. Progress over here. We have ourselves a little 13. People have said that you should go for at least a third before escalating to fancier stuff. So do I send any soldiers to participate? Like some unicorns who are waiting for motor support and artillery. Designate you high priority. I mean, back when we intervened in Spain, that's what we did. We sent a couple of these. We were then promptly distracted by more important matters at home, but we still did it. Yugoslavia, I'll leave up to their fate. They can very easily lean allies if they come under threat. And they might not with the, with their usual belligerence distracted. We have a nationalist Spain in this timeline. You want to join a faction? Ah, they have a strong natural disinclination to external politics for a while they recover from the Civil War. Alright, so I'm working the Iranians. Leave Afghanistan alone for now. Hundreds of millions of non-core population. All of this China. That's not even all of the China. So many more. Oh, I haven't... Oh, no. You... Yeah, you're in the faction by default. Good. Neutrals! Disgusting. That's it. I've had enough of you, Siam. You've been nothing but trouble since day one. if a negotiation is passed, I will take your rubber. Also, the synth plants will benefit from these excavation technologies as well. Soviets attack Poland. Alright, so there is now a war between... no, Poland hasn't joined the Allies yet. They're alone. They built their own. They took that path of Poland as allied with the Baltic states, building their own little entente, their own Middle Europe. Well, have fun, guys. I'm just gonna keep building my anti-Joe alliance. Got the Draculas on side. Everyone else should be quite easy. Bulgarians are also neutrals. I hate them so. Yet I need them for strategy. I also still need to do a lot of focuses, so I might ease off on some things. Do I have anything to, Oh, this only works while at war. So I've dropped back to regular spirit. Alright. So, when I am back at war, I can engage that and get another point of power per day. And that will bankroll a whole lot of shenanigan. I have more than enough chrome for the capital ships I'm planning to build. That's well and good. What are my shortfalls? 200 days for cannons, 120 for motor, 300 for support equipment, 400 for light tank. So I can ease off on the motorized production, because that will be done before everything else. Those are little flavor events that will pop up when you're justifying a war against someone. There's bits of flavor about the build-up, and warnings to the recipient country that they're being glared at. Neutrals. Hey, dust storms. Sand. Things are still stable on the west side there. We have a bit of intel now. How are we getting that? Oh, the Romanians have volunteers inside of Germany. They are reporting news. Right, with you, Romania, now I have somewhere to dump my old equipment. Once the war starts. If a war starts with you. I can try to feed you some old planes. Just get this close air support out of my damn garage. didn't move. Well, yeah, in the sense that they do occasionally try to raid. It's because Luxembourg is joined. They're a tiny bit of a soft spot, and so the Axis is willing to assault that. Or, hey, wait, Strasbourg? No, that's an also. Hey, there's a tiny ship in the armor. Wonder how many lives they paid for that. Senseless. Speaking of senseless lives, time for more garrison deployment. Staff those islands. Poland. Started to lose a little ground. Just around the edges. I love the little horn icon for popularity. We just sent a man with the megaphone into Bulgaria to shout at the general populace about nationalism. Did you hear? We beat China! We're basically invincible. Yeah, let's continue to invest in neglecting land power in favor of boats. Just in case, someday, or someday, or someday, okay, so resource-wise, we managed to create an oil surplus with all that synthesizing, so we can cut back some of our imports. Sorry, Peru, we don't need you anymore. Venezuela, we're half done with you. And in response, we do need more steel. Here you go, Joe. We'll have to find a different supplier if we end up fighting you. We'll sort that out later. Cross the bridge when we come to it. And we are still dependent for rubber. But we're getting there. So let me just go ahead and snap another synth plant up to the top of the pile. Oh yeah, speaking of sub-ideologies, yeah, remember, the names on the pie chart portion of ideological development are about which of the big poles of the war you are oriented towards, of the big showdown between democracies, fascists, and communists. That is the underpinnings of your World War geopolitics. Inside of this pie chart, this blue selection of this pie chart, are more than one sort of party. I've actually seen in some of my other games a Republican-flipped USA. Just a different president, not Roosevelt. Somebody else. That there are, like every other major at this point, there are different options that can pop up for different variations on how you go with your politics. And that will become the case with other countries as they get their various specialty flavor events. Yes, and apparently we are supporting the Silver Legion of America. Just another one for that pile. Just, are we the baddies? All of our major figures and demagogues sound like comic book villains. Is there something off about this? Is this a sign? Engineering upgrade. Hospital upgrade. Yes, I would like many more bodies to trickle home. As long as you can sew them back together, everything's fine. Tanks in 300, motorized in 92, artillery in 130. Slowly but surely, just squeezing everything into place. Yeah, our name is written on the mainland now. That's, yeah, just a foible of the map system that will look for the largest stretch of land. Yes, this is Japan. Thanks for asking. How about we just synthesize a shitload of oil? Just everywhere. Just cover the mainland in chemical plants. start haphazardly slapping industry plans everywhere. As you should. There we go, a healthy garrison population making its way out to our little isles. Dig deep, friends. Brace for impact. Someday there will be war. Until then, enjoy vacation! Lovely tropic vacation. Everyone loves vacation. So let's see, I got 31 folks on South Isle now. I could just as well raise that to more. Keeping in mind that these are tiny divisions. Right, there's more boat doctrine. Piling onto that as hard as possible. You deploy here, and then into here. I've actually now given you enough soldiers that you can't be a regular general, which means you are going to lose your commando trait. As I promote you, or just have you replaced with some other scrub. Congratulations to Keshi. You are now in charge of all the South Isle scrubs. Every last one of them. They're all for you. You're getting 9 more divisions. Use them wisely. Very good. Artillery production ramping up. We're in a good position. We have like 3 months, then we'll be done with artillery shortfall. I can slash all of this production back to something manageable, and it will all flow down into aviation. Very good. We're within like a solid quarter of having the army mostly equipped. Then we just throw it back into the closet. Just throw it on the, leave it on the top shelf, out of the way, and go back to just spending everything on the Navy. Over and over again, 100 years. Naval arms race. keep the top of the chart occupied with some mix of oil, civilian factory, and either of green or blue. Each of these we finish is less dependence on imports. And faint possibility of export. I'd say I'd need to change these plans. Let's see. Yeah, so your only port is Bangkok itself. Over this victory point here means that you can create a supply area, just a little bit of one. We could always build our own harbor after landing. As long as you can hold out for like a month, you can get a harbor set up somewhere. So that is what we will do. Could also consider scaling up the 2 Special Forces units, just gradually. Let's see, I have 10 out of 24 now. So I want another 12 of each. So 3x4. Just all of you in on that. I do mean all of you. All present and all in potentia. Everybody on that line. The whole country is just 2 states. This will be relatively easy to topple, maybe? It's pretty defensible. There's all sorts of, well, this is fairly flat. Major rivers, though. Some jungle. Mountains farther inland. How much unity do they have? Perhaps, once we have appropriately flipped them, they will shed their neutrality. They are on the verge of hitting majority. There, a mix. To some degree. Oh, I think another one of those went through. 2 of them did. We're back up to a full quartet in that fleet. Very good then. That is now a total of 7 carriers in the entire Navy. So now I should instead attach you to a port. So you'll create at Luxembourg defeated. I'll have to go see how that line is looking. Just attach you over here for now. Whatever is going on there, it will receive the attention of many a boat line. And how big is the submarine fleet now? It should be getting quite hefty. Right, I have them stationed in 16. Very nice. Got some good subs. Let's grab you a fresh admiral. And have like some north subs. Deploy you out of over here. Come on. Come on back over. You guys. Yep, new island garrisons done, more homeland garrisons done. Just shove them onto the field, let them distribute, flow like water. We must find the heir to states' rights gist. Yes. That is our mission. Spreading the word that Gist did not die, but instead traveled to the east. Lived on for many years. Spoke at length about the state and its rights. Back that early Shokaku. Again, that story will be done well in advance. Yeah, we'll let one of each of these finish and then shove the boat lines over. Yeah, in February and then in March. So what's our difference in terms of base stats here for next CV? Our current, so are you 3,500 crew. 10, 28 knot speed. Most important stat where deck size 55. Yep. And Shokaku deck size up to 87 at base. That's a sizable gain. Also greatly increased operational range, less armor, slightly less armor. Otherwise similar in all ways. Also, wait, hold up. That's extremely useful. When you look at these, it tells you the differences between what that has and what the other one you know about has. Or the other thing it branches off of. So like this, a Yamato would be at base like a Kong, but more range? I guess. And then Super Yamato. That is going to be larger. Or no, that's things that have bonuses or penalties because of our manufacturer. Never mind. Another good UI thing to have reminded. I guess. We have justified war on Siam. Good. Last chance. Live as a neutral. Die as a neutral. I don't even need Dracula for this. We do this on our own. Well, we have to call the puppets. The puppets are just an innate part of us. They're just an organ of the state. I perhaps should have waited the rest of the months we needed to plan the naval attack. Now this just looks awkward. We are at war! Definitely warring here right now. Oh boy. Ooh, there is such a war going on. Let's position my boats. Carrier fleet. Get you on the old search and destroy. We're just going to create a high-density boat environment and hope we at least get to raid some convoys? Or something? You gotta have something for my boats to shoot at. Let's see, what do you own? About 20 land divisions, 1 boat, 50 planes. Okay, we have to rebuy this focus. And it would fade again as soon as the war was over. However, they aren't running into the arms of the Axis. So... And they would never run into the arms of the Allies. They're completely unaligned for it. But look at convoy. Go get that convoy. You show him what for. So I don't... Yeah, we're getting boat experience out of our theorist now, and got a sizable pile of it to start off of our various boat foci, so we're doing alright there. Yeah, will I be able to just conclude this with almost nothing but Marines? I mean, I'm mostly doing it so that I have a way to attack Singapore later. I can also claim that delicious rubber. I mean, look at it. They got 70 of it right there. The rubber we never need. All natural rubber. Between that and the synth oil, we just have it made. Convert the entire fleet to run on whale. They have an army. A nominal army, probably composed of very small garbage divisions. I've been told you have an air force. One of our carriers has arrived, the others are on the way. Or rather, this is the only one that's sitting around, the other patrolling. Guess I'd have to have them hold still before I'd be allowed to start shooting. Maybe not. Let me check the air overview, or just the air interface in general. Planes based on the flat tops. Nope, not allowable. Although that might be, has the fleet not even arrived yet? It could still be sailing. Well, that's the Miscellanea. Wherefore flat tops. There's gun. Alright, the flat tops have indeed arrived, so patrolling just prevents them from deploying their planes over the ground. Of the kinds of arms industry I can be building up in my current mix. I'm gonna prioritize the boating. So just yank all of those out of the lower sections. Get the stuff I was working on back to the top. But then also, yeah, boat yards. Boat yard. Give it. Alright, so let's have the flat tops just take position. Let the harassment commence. Try to claim air superiority. And then just go looking for trouble. Just all of you do what planes do. Alright, we found their destroyers. There's their entire navy. Trust me, you're better off with it at the bottom. Your navy will do more for the defense of your country by teaching our pilots to bomb things than it ever would under your command. Diplomatic efforts are continuing to bubble elsewhere. Hey, look at you. Look at all the progress you've made. What do you think about that, Lord Lithengau? Alright, I was gonna check on Europe. So Luxembourg fell. The Western Front is otherwise status quo. However, Czechoslovakia is starting to buckle. So Germany is being slowed, but they may still be able to get close to usual war schedule. So all those garrisons done and out the door. "4,000 rifles ready in 3 days." That's progress. And not long till we have our motorized needs met. This fall, the supply drought finally ends. Momentary boat fight. Let's just remind myself, yeah, just 20 width of regular Marines and a hefty pile of support weaponry. Oh, I could put those police into the cavalry now. Here you go. That's what you're for. Also, it's time to completely destroy all my expectations about motor equipment, because what all of you are for is now... Yeah, let's reveal your true form. You were tanks all along, get building. If I end up needing to occupy a big swath of land, I'll hire the cavalry then and there. This is not the time. In fact, yeah, they take a little bit of support equipment. But apparently that was not actually big for my motor needs. If it was, it just hasn't had time to sink in yet. I'd expect it to be sizable. Motorized demand suddenly spiking up. That was the fast boys being converted to fast boys. The unicorns remain over here, being their own wondrous, majestic, unique creatures that they are. They are on hand to deter the Russians with their largeness. Alright, let's start cashing in all of these free buildings. Some raiding, wounded convoy. Yeah, good times raiding convoys. Oh boy. Rattling them sabers. Mexico stopped in? What's wrong, Mexico? Did you probably adjusted their trade laws? No, there's still a free trade. Did you just, maybe a priority thing, perhaps? Yeah, lots of people are buying their oil. Yeah, we just have competing suitors. Fine. Oh, order less. Sale order none. Hi, Venezuela. I'm back. Top me off. And wait, yes! Romania! My cousin! You supply my oil. Fresh Dracula oil. Romania and Venezuela together at last. Although once you have the Iranians on side, that's another good oil supplier. That is a good oil supply. Why don't I? What is pushing the Iranians so far down this list? Oh, they're occupied. Everyone buys Iranian. There we go. There's all the motor demand I just created. Another year of truck building. 100 days of trucks. We'll never be done building motorized. Never done with light tank. Never done with speed boy. Once we're done with artillery, though, we can condense a lot of that building down the line. Romania! Why you falling short? Well, I guess I may as well step up the synthesis. We will boil our own. Here we are, one of the finest navies in the world, bullying merchant shipping in this tiny backwater. We're living the dream. Empire building at its finest. Look on computer machine. Is there some sort of math thing that can give us more oil? Find out, scientists! Alright, they are completely not involving themselves in the air. Yeah, there's the invasion ready. So, go get them! Let us open that front. Atoms will be on the schedule for later. With how much space we have managed to secure, I feel we'll be able to build up a sizable industrial base and justify the expense of atoms. Just not for a while. We gotta be frugal about many things. Yes, I have to be frugal, we say, as the entire armada just hangs off, or just hangs out in the Gulf of Thailand. Until the game makes me pay oil to move the ships around, it's free. Slide boats wherever I please. We're fine. No, we're taking operational losses of some planes, but many of those planes would have been obsolete by the time we face our true opponents, whichever ones we end up facing. Beach Lords. Beach Lords, are you embarking? Beach Lords. Beach Lords. Go. I said go. You need something there? Beach Lord. I guess you need naval presence on the route. Okay, so yeah, it's just one zone. So let me grab the whalers and extend their patrol this way. There you go. You happy now, Beach Lords? Ready to go? There, shipping out. Do we have... I don't think we have a focus relating to atoms, so we'll be paying full price. Or, nope. Destroyer subs, naval doctrines, and rocketry. But not... Nope, we don't have an atoms-related focus. So we will be paying full price to go after atoms, but we could still go after the atoms. Well, I guess we're not going to need these. We're making our own ultimatum. I hope France still falls anyway. Please fold, France. Find a way to collapse. I believe in you. You can figure this out. One men again, but that's also still with just limited conscription. We can move up to extensive and have men for ages. Surely I won't find a way to deplete that supply of bodies. We have very low supplies, but we have now hit the beach. And there's our new carrier design. We will not start building any of them until next spring, but we have the plans. We can grab new submarine and new destroyer on the cheap. So we'll snag those as well. Really lopsided distribution we've had on this landing. Yeah, 32 days and I can have a proper port set up here. Just a little one. I don't need a lot of port. Just the basics. Just enough for I'm confident these Marines can do the rest of the invasion themselves. They've got what it takes. Field hospital upgrade. not them, then the waves of reinforcements they'll be receiving, as we augment them with many fresh men. So let's see, Beach Lords. Let's give you an offense line up there. The goal of reaching Bangkok. And I will deploy all new Marines directly to that line. The state is so thin, I keep selecting the naval region when I try to click it. Catch you guys. In our snare. We'll keep moving up. Escort doctrine. Good. Let's grab invasion upgrades. Since we will be doing many more amphibious assaults, and I'm going to want to plan all kinds of lines and stuff them full of Marines. Or even regular infantry for padding things out when you're just trying to take a very large beach. You only really need the Marines for when you're expecting to do combat right off the boat. Yeah, 20 days till the harbor is up. I'm thinking of just annexing them. I would have been fine with keeping a puppet. But take Peak Rubber Zone over here for use as a forward base. And let them keep their own heartland. I'm just here for the materials, guys. Our motivations are purely economic. How much supply weight are we rocking right now? Only 5. 7 when you account for these guys up north as well. So yeah, even a basic harbor will be able to get them everything they need. World tension is complete. The world war is underway. Everyone can justify anything. It's raining meh. No one will care if I take Siam. I will care about having more fronts to manage, but who knows? And in the long run, if I'm feeling flavorfully like having a puppet zoo floating around on all these various places rather than holding a bunch of land directly, I can always just release puppets. That's always an option. I could create Korea right now if I really wanted to. I could reestablish any of the Chinese warlords. What are you doing? Stop this. Even your weird, complicated line. You do not have a complicated line. You live up there. And so do you. Stop making this weird, guys. You guys also live up there. Just the 5 left of you, I suppose, can be assigned to this. Really, no line is necessary here. I can just do all that by hand. Just a simple strap. Just surround and crush. Just a perfectly ordinary engulfing here. It's nothing to worry about. At a free military factory. Oh, start preparing your attack while we set up your supply drop. Alright, fortifying. Czechoslovakia defeated. Alright. Forecasts are looking better for our odds of having somebody topple the France so that we can loot the France. That would be the other main thing that would very much decide things about annexing Siam. If I annex Siam and then also get Indochina, hey, there's a nice continuous block of land. I extend my watch over the British Raj in case of shenanigans there, and move people down to be ready for Singapore. All plan for the best. Let's be hopeful. For a horrible, bloodthirsty imperialist tomorrow. We learned it from watching you, English. You did it first. You did it best. Everything else you brought on yourself. Oh, that's something else I could do. Put you guys in here. And then set you up to launch another amphibious raid to flank the capital. Yeah. That's a plan. A bunch of other guys just pile up on land and move forward. Or just to directly flank the 7 enemy divisions that have all gathered up on the border. Influence in the Raj is now at 45. We are equal with the neutrals. Meanwhile, Iran, 27. Iraq, 20. Turkey 27, Bulgaria up to 44, USA 27. How did you not... Guys, focus. Occupy things, then move forward. when you are running elaborate invasion plans, if you have the harbors to spare, it can be a good idea to just split your plan up into as many tiny attacks as possible, so that you cut down on planning time. Each harbor can only have one plan originating from it, but if you have a lot of harbors along like a major coastline or an archipelago to coordinate out of, then you can, distribute things. We'll go in for the extra political points once we're in a proper full war again. I don't feel like this is going to last long enough for this to pay itself back. I suppose it could. I mean, it's spend a point a day for 70 days to get a point a day until your war is over. So if this war lasts more than 3 months after the focus finishes, if we spend half a year in Bangkok, and I don't plan to have that happen at all, this time will be different. In fact, forget that plan. 'Cause instead, all I need is for just one of you to leap back here, not into the right there, but back here. Just surround them, and then we crush them. Then I can prep the other beach assault. You can prep it from elsewhere, but no, my other harbors are kind of far off now. There'd be a lot of latency. But yeah, now we just need a week to prep that. Will go faster after we have the landing craft upgrade. Yeah, half the time. And we have some doctrine bonuses on the escort path, so we may as well pile those in. Yeah, destroyer and cruiser. Destroyer stuff, and escort efficiency all the way. Volunteers. You guys. Joe, you stay out of this. Fortunately, the time they spend in transit also counts towards the prep time for this invasion. They were reviewing the maps on the way here. They're fine. They know where they're going. Don't worry about it. They got all kinds of practice on the way in. They're independent. But they are red aligned. They may just be doing this as another neutral. Well, not neutral, they're too ideological for that. They're just being rude. Suppose I can stop boosting popularity here, since this government is about to cease to exist. Alright, you've all arrived. Execute the raid. Do I have any? Right, 1940 is also time for aircraft. Gotta get all my most up-to-date planes, so I can staff my most up-to-date plane-bearing boats. And keep an eye out, just stay aware of when these are going to finish. Yeah, just a couple days until that story finishes and we switch it up. Once we have both of these lines running full speed, we'll be building like 3.5 carriers a year. Nearly 4. Yes, the line will not be told to advance until we have our trap set in behind. And whoop, hey. Hello there, spare friend. You... Yes! Good. No, damn it. Caught up. We might beat him anyway. In less than a day of fighting. Come on. Come on, just fold. Just fold. Fortunately, yeah, it looks like he was redeploying rather than regular moving, so he's just completely drained on organization. And we have air superiority. So even against this beachhead, even while still kinda jet-lagged and having just gotten off the ship. Here's the 4th. And there's the landing. Alright, go. Destroy. And the rest of you guys start plotting to storm this beach over here. You just dig in and wait. Everyone else will be up to meet you shortly. And all the while, let's see, these 8 units are... They're a substantial fraction of what we believe them to have in terms of troops. And the next wave are waiting on support equipment to be done. Yes, the artillery gap finally closed. Okay, good. I had a lot of factories tied up in that one. Now I can drop this back to something sane. And there we go, full on the motor, full on the light tanks, full on the support equipment. Except not actually, because I would love to build more planes. Well, let's see what rates this runs at. So we're also about to obsolete all these plane designs. At these speeds, and the 6th has passed. Time for new carrier. Over here. You get to move up. Congratulations, in 1.2 years. The first of the Shokaku class. They're trying to push back, but these guys will be fine for a while. Surely at least long enough for this battle to resolve. Yeah, give it a week. And there's a new destroyer build. Let's get better at using it. Alright, there's the sub. So, more planes. Yeah, while they're surrounded like this, the ones we're defeating may just be dying immediately. Let's see, what air activity do we have? Some enemy bombers are trying to participate. Let us ruin them. Subs are hunting. Some fine beechcraft. There. Now we are nearly low on men. It will be time to extend the conscripting. That's good. Yeah, that's a rough fight now. Losing. Slowly. No, we're fine. There we go, attack well in hand. And a sizable portion of enemy force just wiped out entirely. And we'll have them drive forward again when the rest of the guys are ready to hop over. Should we get them with the same trick twice, even? Just see if they keep falling for the old Beach Lord gambit. This time, surely, you won't be surrounded. All that while, they will be charging their planning bonus, so they'll just hit even harder. Should be a new fleet, a couple new fleets that exist now as a result of the deployments I've run. You are not Japan Fleet 2. Flatboat the next generation. And our destroyer production will be aimed there for a while. So what's this Japan Fleet 1 that we have? Ah, that's the other submarine pile. There we go, appropriately labeled. And where am I sending my new subs right now? To the submersive boats. I could actually stand to start a third batch of submarine. Operate them out of Iwo Jima. Just have like a forward attack swarm whose job will be to kind of sheepdog around our islands. Yeah, so meanwhile back over here, Germans have defeated the Czechs. They've made a second tiny dent in the Maginot Line, just brute forcing it. Goring, you're trying, Goring. Just take France. That's all I have. Paris must fall. Briefly. You don't have to hold on to it very long. Just take it once. Just take it and don't look anywhere to the east while I scoop up all your, like, typical puppet allies to build my own anti-communist alliance. Oh, Italy's broken through. Yes, good. Ben! You get it! Goring, shape up! Mussolini's outperforming you! Although they themselves being attacked by Canada! Canada into Sicily! It keeps happening. Keep escalating my boat yards and my oil usage. Yeah, it will rise in turn. Well, really, I'm very serious about oil synth. Let's try to get 3 at once. Really dig in on that. Beach Lords, how you doing? Ready? Go. And we're hitting the beaches. Little resistance on those beaches. I think that's representing a dockyard rather than a harbor. Yeah, the only harbor proper is in the city. Alright, and there is no one defending the city. Go! For victory! Yes, Beach Lords! And again with the encirclement. Never turn your back on the Beach Lords. They left no one defending their only harbor. In the middle of an invasion. Oh, here comes somebody. Here comes it. Okay, yeah, he's got it. Well, I can still launch a delaying attack to keep the other one out. Nope, he's in. Fine. Guess I'll have to surround the place. Or just bash it down. Our guys can outperform. Yeah, they were redeploying as well. Looks like you are boned. Yes. Yes, quite boned. You delay the... And they have 10 more guys piling in, but they're sending them over there instead of to the capital. Yes. Good. Just the sort of mistakes I can appreciate. Not having these guys try to chase me down. Amphibious attacks like this are really vulnerable to just being, you know, stonewalled and then crunched. If they can't get a supply line going, then they're doomed. Alright, we're into March now. And there. There, new carrier finished. Congratulations. Last of the... Oh, wait. Wait. What an arbitrary number of those. Something removed my other carrier line. I guess, yeah, I had set it to a number and it resolved. Alright. So now... need... a new Shikaku. Which I suppose can have secondary priority, because I do also need a swarm of destroyers to guard the ones I already have. So I will take that that story is over. And you go to Flatboat TNG. Set you at a priority above the convoys, but below the submarines. The conundrum. Have to find a new bulk oil supplier. Guess I could buy from Joe. I have to. Stole Joe. Always ready to provide. Surplus rubber. Praise all things. And the harbor has fallen. Victory is now assured. Look at all these factories we just stole. Nice. The better to rearm. 60, 100... get heavily armed. Our good friend Joe. Damn neighborly of you, Joe. Old Joe Steele. Okay, those aren't actually adjacent, I guess. You guys just make sure you hold on to the actual capital here. Stop getting ideas about abandoning that part of the line, but... Hey. Where do you keep thinking you're going? Stay there. Oh, he's assigned to the other line. Well, there's the problem. That's how much progress do we need now? Barely any. Flip one more city and they're ours. Shouldn't even have to go all the way in. Just take what they got. let's see, this was 1 point, capital was 10. So they have 13 points total. Where I need 80%. So I can get away with skipping one. New naval bases. A new industry concern becomes available if I take this synth oil focus. But I don't know what they do. We'll find out. It might be worthwhile. Like, especially if I get some kind of construction bonus for the refineries, maybe? That would do a lot. Right, yeah, the fronts are merging. There's just one Beach Lord front now. It extends all the way out. And it has ambitions to take this city over here. Off of this line. Hey guys on this line. Do you like offensive plans? Yes you do. Not like that, guys. Stop it. What am I gonna do with you, Beach Lords? Just wander off into the depths. Form up on the line and do an orderly plan thing. Giving them too much leeway. They've gotten all excitable, frisky. Italy attacks Albania. Albania joins the Allies. Wow, Zog defies Italy. Things are going all hairy turtle dove over here. And the Italian offense is getting torn up. Glorious clusterfuck they have going out there. There we go. Beach Lords getting their act together. Getting an act at all. Yeah, you fan out. Yeah, continuing that moderate air support from the carriers. Just a little bit. Yeah, 15 fighters lost over the course of it. Doesn't play. Here doesn't play for vast intangible value in terms of strategic learning. Now I have 3 whole projects running full speed. Oil costs are going to get better once I can ease up on the motor stuff. And on the light tanks. Those will clear in some months. That will free up oil for boating. That will free up aluminum for planes. So I can ease up on that. Zog Defiant is a great headline. That will sell papers. Especially if your target audience, your readers, don't know anything about European politics at the time. When they look at the newsstand and they see Zog Defies, they will be intrigued. They'll want to know, who is Zog and who has he angered? Or who has angered Zog? Alright, new basic fighter. We are so short on plane. It's taken so long to get our aviation industry up and running. Thankfully, we at least have this rubber now. And yet another big gangly line that we need to staff with more infantry. That's okay, that's what the endless recruitment pool is for. Let's see. In the South Main, I have not yet sent anybody to that. Yeah, this has been low priority for a while. Let's change that. Now I need more line infantry, and I need them many places. So let's see, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of you right now. So let's just pop that out the door. Enjoy. You now all go to the south front. This will put us perilously close to being low on manpower. The 46 people up on the Jover watch. They can handle themselves. So, I'm going to want to create a new plan for a team whose job is to just guard either the line against the Raj or prepare to attack into Singapore. Ideally, we start causing shenanigans within the Raj, where fascism is now the most popular ideology. Not quite a majority yet, but we're working on it. Also, you might think the Saudis would be an excellent source of oil, but this is actually before a lot of Arabia's oil reserves were being tapped. So oil production out here is quite low on the Arabian Peninsula. Plenty of oil in Iran and Iraq. And Italy actually gets focuses that let them prospect for oil in Libya, and that causes the Libyan oil fields to emerge on the map. Marines are doing their jobs. Neville Chamberlain, still Prime Minister of the UK in 1940. This timeline's history will remember him as a stalwart defender of democracy who refused to back down in the face of tyrants, their petty demands. The great hero Chamberlain, conqueror Chamberlain. Chamberlain, undefeated. Alright, let us miniaturize that. Invincible Chamberlain. For one unacquainted with the regular history, the crisis and diplomatic negotiations, which led to the Euro War kicking off here in our timeline, in actual time, led to a compromise wherein a bunch of border territory in Czechoslovakia, this bit here, the Sudetenland, was transferred over to the Germans, and it was thought that this would be enough and that Hitler would finally be satisfied and there would be no further saber rattling or other shenanigans, because everyone was still very tired of war and did not want a new war over this. Italy is getting its face pounded in. Alright, Goring, I take it back. You are now outperforming Italy. You've at least managed to hold the line, Goring. I can respect you for that. So yes, and so Chamberlain, who came back from that conference being like, I have secured peace in our time, there will be no war today, everybody relax and go home, is widely seen as being kind of a goof for having taken on that situation. Just, oops, that was a Hitler. How could you have known? And wait, what? The Baltics are holding back Stalin? Poland! Undefeated! Well, not quite. You can see they've been slowing him down quite a bit, evidently, but the Russians are moving forward. Without being able to look at the casualty statistics, I'm not sure how well they're trading. Poland could be pretty tough. I have hit the bottom of the manpower pool, so let's just undo that. Just take it easy until we are able to pass that new drafting law, which is a ways out if we keep doing all this popularity boosting. I may have to slow down on some of these folks. 48% fascist in the Raj. Nearly got Bulgaria aligned. Okay, I guess I'll have to take another city. If you're gonna be this bad about it, Siam. Well, first of all, let's do that. Just crush those men, push them into the sea. There's this residual beach line. Things have been kind of infantry heavy. Maybe if I ship in the unicorns. Those are supply limits out here. Grown to a healthy 15, but that's just enough to handle the Marines right now. But we're also, looks like we're rebuilding the base a bit. Yeah, it is damaged. Heavy tanks in the jungle. Of course. The ultimate weapon! Guys, just crush them. Well, I guess I'm not activating any of the plans. Let's activate a plan. Activate all the plans. Just go. Just go, Marines. You have gun, you have cannon. You have field hospitals to send your wounded home to take up comfy desk jobs. Yeah, just crush them. They are frail. These divisions mean nothing. So well, initially, when I start setting up the infantry for Siam, I'll have them deploy along this border here, and then as kind of a stretch goal, maybe extend some folks to keep watch on the Raj. Alright, peace conference. I'm doing what I came here to, like our war goal that we specifically had sits there on the side, but yes, all of it, and apparently this is so lenient compared to how badly we beat them that world tension will go down from concluding this war. Yeah, take all the states, they're mine. Or no, that was something else entirely, that was me giving them up maybe? Alright, tension going back in the proper direction, 102% tense, we are at super war! We're done here. One war in Bangkok. Alright, so now if we can just take these folks. Speed deploy a badge. Well, looking at the clock, this is the session that has worn on quite comfortably and excitedly well. So let me just look over my supply shortfalls again. 10 days to motor, 60 days to support equipment, 70 days to light tank, 200 days to carrier fighters. So let's put these boats back to bed in their respective harbors. We let the admirals pretend that gun is the most important fleet, but we know otherwise. Submersible boats. Back to wherever I was keeping them. Right, well no. So how big is... I should keep them in an appropriately healthy naval base, like that one. Whoop. Boats. Subs. Subs, come here. There. A decent harbor. And the whalers. Haul them home. So what all did we get to fortify? Some of these will have forts on them now. Only the more notable ones. Suppose I could go look at the text of the focus. Marcus Island, Iwo Jima, Taiwan, Okinawa, and the rest of those are mainland, or home isles. So yes, we have some coastal fort there, and over there, and over here. All the big ones that we're probably going to more heavily invest in. You got a coastal fort. Good job, Mark. Great fortress of Mark's Island. So anyway, the clock is running down, so having sorted those out, I suppose the dangling question of what to do with a lot of our new conquests and old conquests and how we're going to staff these new lines, which will get a lot easier if someone defeats France. Goring. Goring. Hitler would have had France by now. Manpower recovery is... I still haven't gone to proper drafting. That's where we're getting our manpower. Extensive conscription. Then we will be back in business. We will have just another, like, 2 million men out of escalating the conscription laws right away. That'll do it for quite a while. So we'll figure out how we're going to staff this front and then start agitating for our next wars. Either Joe or maybe finally turn on the British. Although we do have rubber now that we've taken down Siam. We have very nice 69 surplus rubber. That's how you do it. And we are building up our synthetic oil. So we might even have our own fuel supplies eventually, now that we have taken a Siam. We'll see. And we'll continue all of our political agitation, see if we can get some coups running or get more people into our faction. Yeah. I won't attack Joe until after we have some more allies lined up to make sure Joe has to fight us in all directions at all times. Until we have other people to bleed on our behalf. Especially India. If we can secure India, what a coup. That's like nearly a China's worth of men right there. And they have had time to start building their own industry. They're quite good. They'd probably be very interesting to play as well. Just another sleeping giant, slow burn country. Anyway, we will solve such issues next time as we move on deeper into 1940. In 2 years, we finished defeating China and then found something new to defeat. And solved 2 of our endless equipment shortfalls. Just a few more to go and we'll have, like, gear for an army. And we've fully staffed our unicorns. They're beautiful. 80 tough boys each. Good and strong. Building boats. Gonna have carriers and swarms of rats to defend the carriers. Fine prosperity orb. War.